Filos elelythamen filoi.
Paz e felicidade a todos.
各位好嘛，祝各位平安健康快樂。
Adanish lushulmu.
Здравствуйте, приветствую вас.
สวัสดีค่ะสหายในธรณีพ้นพวกเราในธรณีนี้ขอส่งมิตรจิตมาถึงท่านทุกคน
تحياتنا للأصدقاء في النجوم يا ليت يجمعنا الزمان.
Salutări la toată lumea.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Mae Lakmia.
Shalom.
Hola y saludos a todos. Selamat malam hadirin sekalian. Selamat berpisah dan sampai bertemu lagi di lain waktu.
Kay Pachamatna, Pitapas, Maitapas, Rimapayast, Runasimiti.
Oggigiano.
Ashuli.
নমস্কার বিশ্বে শান্তি হোক
Salvete quicumque estis, bonam erga vos voluntatem habemus, et pacem per astra ferimus. Shalom.
Hartelijke groeten aan iedereen.
Herzliche Grüße an alle.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। हम ज़मीन के रहने वालों की तरफ से आपको खुश आमदीद कहते हैं।
Chân thành gửi tới các bạn lời chào thân hữu.
Sayın Türkçe bilen arkadaşlarımız, sabah şeriflerinize hayırlı olsun.
Konnichiwa, o genki desu ka?
धरती के वासियों की ओर से नमस्कार।
Yechidai chui an aur ac an oisoid.
Tanti auguri e saluti.
Aybuan.
Siyan ibingelela maqhawe, sinifisela inkonzo ende. Ria Dumelisa Marena.
Բոլոր որ գտնվին եզերքի միքամազություններեն անտին ողջույններ
안녕하세요. Witajcie, istoty z zaświatów.
पृथ्वीवासीहरूबाट शान्तिमय भविष्यको शुभकामना।
At its core, Global Disclosure Day is more than just an event. We're bringing together citizens, researchers, policymakers, and thought leaders worldwide. Giving everyday people a voice in one of the most consequential issues of our time, UAP disclosure. ensuring that the facts, timelines, and implications are clearly understood by all. By coming together, we will ensure that UAP disclosure is not left to the few, but shared by the many for the betterment of humanity and our planet. Let's carry this mission forward, shining a light on truth and inviting citizens everywhere to join the movement. Welcome to Global Disclosure Day.
Hello, welcome to Global Disclosure Day. I'm Sarah Nelson, the Executive Director of our nonprofit, the Romero Institute, and of our initiative, the New Paradigm Institute. Thank you for joining us today. We are coming together from all over the country and from some parts of the world to demand the disclosure of the UFO UAP secrets that have been kept from us for over 80 years. We know that this information holds the key to a positive future for humanity, an entirely new age, with expanded consciousness, advanced science and technology, clean and available energy, solutions to the pollution of our precious planet, a harmonic relationship with nature, and a positive and constructive relationship to our neighbors in the universe. We are Republicans, Democrats, and Independents, patriotic, responsible citizens, standing in integrity with moral values. We vote, we elect our leaders, we pay our taxes, and we have a right to the truth and to government transparency and accountability. Democracies thrive when citizens have access to the truth. We can vote intelligently, we can develop effective policies and institutions in our towns, cities, and nations. Truth is essential to maintaining our freedom. I hope you will enjoy our program today. We are grateful to the wonderful people who have been joining us to be part of this program, and together we will bring you first a section on the history and the current status of disclosure, and then we'll take you into the growing grassroots movement of active citizens for disclosure, and then conclude with an interesting panel discussion on how disclosure will impact important constituencies. Let's begin right now with a historical dialogue between Danny Sheehan, a well-known constitutional attorney and the president of the New Paradigm Institute, and Kevin Wright, our press consultant and congressional liaison in Washington, D.C.
Danny, people have seen things in the skies and in the waters, witness accounts dating back centuries, but it seems that there was sort of a fundamental shift during the course of World War II. We have the Foo Fighters sightings in Europe, and then we had some sightings here around towards the end of World War II. What do you make of that?
Well, that the first, setting aside for the moment at least, the Foo Fighters, that during the actual months of the World War II, there were these sightings of these strange orbs that were flying around some of the military aircraft. But the most important in my mind was the June of 1945, when our extremely secret Manhattan Project was actually moving toward the first detonation of the first atomic bomb at Yucca Flats. There is this account by then Captain Corso, Philip Corso, who was one of the range officers there, who left a 8mm home movie for his grandchildren to be seen only after he died, in which he recounts in detail a UFO craft that had been its navigation had been interfered with apparently by the intense radar installations around the Trinity site where they were planning the detonation of the bomb. And after he asserts that he, as a range officer, just took a lunch break and took his packed lunch out, got a Jeep and went out to outside the perimeters and was out in the little hillsides and ran right into a UFO that was on the ground and that had been temporarily disabled. And a being actually came out of this mine shaft that was right near the site where the UFO was, and telepathically reached out to Captain Corso and asked him, could you please get the people to turn off whatever this is that's going on here, this radar thing, so we could escape. Colonel Corso said that it was one of the more important decisions he'd ever made. He decided to do that for them. They seemed so pitiful. And he said, so he actually contacted the radar installation as the range officer and told them to shut down the radar for a few minutes because they were going to retest it. And he said that they shut it off, and he saw that this vehicle just streaked right out of sight, just took off like that and escaped. So this is the first of the kind of detailed high military official who ended up becoming a colonel and ran the United States Pentagon's Foreign Technology Division. In August 6th and August 8th, the 509th Bomber Group, the Enola Gay, dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and then Nagasaki. And it turns out that 2 years after that, the 509th, which was the only unit in the entire world that was in possession of nuclear bombs, was the site of the Roswell crash. So that you have another vehicle, another apparently extraterrestrial vehicle with beings in it that are non-human, crashes near the 509th site in Roswell. And the technology is recovered, and Philip Corso is the guy that's assigned to distribute and analyze that equipment. So this was a beginning of a long arc of events that have taken place between basically June of 1945 all the way up to today.
So it seems like, from the mid-1940s to present, we've kind of gone from fringe to disclosure, from UFOs to UAP. But I think if we go back to sort of the Roswell period of time and put that into context of post-World War II era, entering full speed ahead into the Cold War with the Soviet Union, and the burgeoning national security state that's, implementing its power structures, and sort of put that into context of how it is that, from first acknowledging that Roswell happened to then dismissing it, saying it was something else, to then just burying it along with, all things related to UFOs. It's sort of, I think it would be instructive for people to sort of understand the layers of complexity here involved in terms of the government keeping this hidden, not just from the public, but also from Congress.
Oh, yes. This is a major issue that is, in a certain sense, parallel with the UFO secrecy issue, and that is the rise of the national security state infrastructure in our country in the immediate aftermath of World War II. That there were decisions made by President Truman at that time in possession of the knowledge of the reality of the UFO phenomenon to actually support the passage in 1947 of the National Security Act of 1947. That was passed in September of 1947. But then as of May of 1948, the National Security Council, part of the executive branch, issued just an executive order authorizing the Central Intelligence Agency to engage in covert operations, ostensibly always outside of the country. But what's happened is the national security state has locked onto this issue, the UFO issue, as the deepest secret of the military and intelligence community, in that because, as it turns out, according to the testimony of David Grush in July of 2023, that the military and the intelligence community seized upon this opportunity of coming into possession of the knowledge of the UFO phenomenon and the technologies that are involved. They determined that they were going to be committed to developing that technology, reverse engineering it, to develop a weapon system for the propulsion of our military aircraft and anti-gravity technologies, others that were involved in the UFO technology, that they were going to try to weaponize this. And so what they did is they felt authorized to conceal beneath the heavy layers of secrecy that surround the development of a new weapons system, such as the atomic bomb.
Right.
We had the entire Manhattan Project, where thousands of people were involved in the development of that secretly, and they were able to keep it secret up until the detonation of the bomb, which publicly revealed its existence. In this particular instance, there are hundreds and hundreds of people that have to be involved in maintaining the secrecy around the UFO reality. And the fact that our national security state infrastructure is engaged in a process of trying to reverse engineer this technology, rather than revealing to the world the fact that there's an extraterrestrial civilization, that our solar system is part of a much larger galaxy in which there are a number of other highly intelligent and highly technologically developed but distinctly non-human beings. And it sounds kind of absurd on the face of it that some kind of government structure such as the national security state could actually deem it to be appropriate to keep this reality secret from the people of the world, simply because they're so dedicated to wanting to develop a weapons system based on the technology. So that's the bizarre situation that we're in, and they have felt, the national security state people have felt compelled to even lie to Congress about it. I mean, a complete, absolute violation of the Constitution. The executive branch is supposed to be overseen and coordinated by and given policy instructions to by the Congress, who are the elected representatives. But that we've encountered this development that's happened here in our country over the last 80-year period, where the military and the intelligence community has done the thing that is always a problem in human nation states, is that the military rises to a position of power where they can dominate the civilian authorities, and that's happened in our country. We're actually in that state right now.
Which is precisely what Eisenhower was warning of when he was talking about the military-industrial complex when he was giving his farewell address. But one of the questions I often get when I'm meeting with members of Congress or their staff is, if this is all true, how is it possible this was, hidden so well from us? And one of those is, the use of disinformation against the American public and elected officials themselves. If you go back to Project Sign, Project Grudge, Blue Book, the Condon Committee, all of it, in hindsight now is, very apparent that these were all tools of disinformation.
That's right.
Can you sort of explain how that process has evolved and then how it's still continuing today?
Yes. What's happened is that the executive branch, military and intelligence community has deemed it so important to safeguard the secrecy of their having access to this UFO technology, which they want to develop into this special generation of weapons, primarily weapons delivery systems, to be able to propel a nuclear device, into Russia or China or wherever they might want to deploy it, basically within short minutes, given the propulsion capabilities of the UFOs. That they deemed that to be such an essential secret that it justified them not only in keeping it secret, but actually engaging in one of the kind of skills that they were deemed authorized to engage in over and against foreign adversaries, such as Russia or China or whoever the adversary of the day happened to be. And what they've done is they have chosen to turn those weapons, those technologies and skills against the people of the United States and against the Congress of the United States, to actively engage in affirmative deception programs. Not just saying there's nothing here, but here, let us examine it. We're going to investigate all these claims. We've got dozens, at least, of people, literally hundreds of people eventually, saying that they're seeing these craft in the skies, they're encountering them on the ground, they're encountering beings that are clearly non-human beings occupying these craft, and it's getting out into the media. So the national security state people deemed it to be appropriate to deploy against our own citizens and against our own Congress the deception devices that they developed to direct against foreign adversaries. And this is an active deception program, not just simply saying, I don't know what you're talking about, there's no evidence, but they engage in a full-scale operation of trying to fabricate explanations for these sightings, which on the face of them are preposterous, unless you have a campaign also of trying to get American citizens to have just unflinching confidence and belief in whatever it is the government tells them. And so that's what they've done as well. They've engaged in this entire propaganda of trying to convince the American people that the military and the intelligence community is supporting democracy around the world and trying to promote individual liberties around the world, directly contrary to the overwhelming factual evidence that isn't what's happening here. So that our people are being subjected to an aggressive campaign of disinformation and deception on the part of the national security state. This is a fundamental danger. Whenever you allow the military in your intelligence community to start becoming too strong, and that's what's happened. The subtext of the whole UFO issue is the revelation of a very serious constitutional problem that exists in the country right now.
And so I think if we go back to, the post-Roswell era and the advent of these, public-facing programs that the government implemented, like Project Sign, Project Grudge, it was designed really to, obfuscate and to stigmatize the subject and get people to think that there's no there and they should ignore it. While, their official investigations go, deeper underground into black budgets. But it's funny that, like the 1971 Australian intelligence assessment really came to the conclusion that, even then, that the government, the U.S. government was engaged, in a deception campaign, because their ultimate goal was, of course, what we're talking about here, which is these reverse engineering programs, and to, create, stealth craft that can perform in ways that these UFOs are doing. So, it seems that after the 1969 closure of Project Blue Book, for example, we went into sort of this dormant period where the government wasn't acknowledging any sort of official investigation, but clearly there are things going on behind the scenes. Between that period and, say, like December 2017 with the New York Times article, something miraculous happened then, with this New York Times article with Leslie King, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helen Cooper publishing an article detailing a secret government program investigating UFOs, which really sort of started this new disclosure movement.
That's right. So there was this entire 50-year period, basically between 1969, call it 1970, and all the way up to 2017, where the national security state had been comparatively effective in stigmatizing this, as you pointed out. That we now know from documents that have been extracted pursuant to the Freedom of Information Act. Richard Dolan, a PhD student in history at University of Pennsylvania, did a major study filing all kinds of actions to get access to these documents, and they show that there was a conscious covert program being directed by the Central Intelligence Agency's Operations Directorate, in complete violation of the statute that created them, and in complete violation of the Constitution, to actually attack people who tried to report UFO sightings, not just inside the government, but citizens, civilians. They would attack their character. They would sow lies about them. They would try to blackmail them and extort them, and ruin not only their careers, but their family life by actually trying to convince people in their family that these people were mentally ill, to the point of actually getting them hospitalized over simply trying to report an encounter with a UFO.
To go back a little bit, back in your career in this UFO topic, I mean, what you're talking about really is at the same time, the military is sending military personnel who had eyewitness accounts of UFOs and sending them for psychological evaluations with Dr. John Mack.
Yes, yeah. In fact, inside the United States Army and the Air Force and Navy at that time, they had actual policies that if in fact an enlisted person or an officer in the military, any one of the branches, insisted upon filing an official UFO encounter report, that they were first instructed not to do it by their superiors. They were told that this would be an adverse event in their career, but if they insisted upon doing it, they were then immediately sent to have a psychiatric examination. And that goes into your record, in your military record. And it turns out that one of the psychiatrists to whom a number of these higher ranking officers were sent to have this psychological set of tests was Dr. John Mack at Harvard University. He was the chairman of the Department of Clinical Psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. And he, after performing these psychiatric evaluations of a number of these high-ranking U.S. military officials, became convinced that they were completely sane, and that they were reporting this extraordinary set of facts in his mind. And so he began trying to figure out what might be going on here. And he at first tried to explore the potentials of there being some new, unique, bizarre kind of psychiatric condition that had no diagnostic identifiers to it at all. But he became convinced that wasn't true. And so he began to look into the actual nature of what their experience was, that he was convinced they were completely sincere in their certainty that they'd had this experience. So he actually wrote a major, to be peer-reviewed scientific paper about this and submitted it to the New England Journal of Medicine, the kind of top peer-reviewed document with regard to the psychiatric issues. And they rejected it and refused to publish it. And so he ended up getting it published as a book, and it generated a major upset on the part of the faculty and administration at Harvard, who instituted this kind of ad hoc committee to basically excoriate him and threaten basically the revocation of his tenure if he didn't stop talking about this. And I was retained by Dr. Mack to represent him And we encountered this extraordinary pushback from the university and the faculty because they had been so thoroughly brainwashed by this covert program that the national security state had fielded, that they actually convinced high-ranking academics that there was nothing to this.
And that stigmatism continues on to today, but I think it's also important to point out that the sending of military personnel for psychological evaluations wasn't really done to see whether or not these people were actually crazy or not. It was actually done in a form of intimidation.
And not any doubt about that.
Plays a role in, people like David Grush coming forward and others who have information but are fearful of losing their clearances, being made to look like they're crazy, losing their livelihoods, and other threats and forms of intimidation that these whistleblowers have to go through.
And so what we've done, those of us who have been attempting to get at this information, have drafted legislation to get passed by Congress protecting whistleblowers. We've proposed actually a 15-page statute that is specifically designed to uniquely protect people who have information about this UFO phenomenon and about the reverse engineering program and about the fact that they've actually recovered bodies from these craft that they have proven through DNA testing to be non-human. But in order to get that information disclosed, we've got to protect the people who have firsthand knowledge about this, who end up having clearances in non-disclosure agreements, which they are threatened with imprisonment, basically, if they reveal this information, even to Congress.
That's right, and they could be charged under the Espionage Act, and there is, the potential for, the death penalty as a result. But I think it's also important to point out here that I get asked sometimes in congressional offices, why is, enhanced UAP whistleblower protections necessary? And it's important, I think, for people to understand that we're not talking about someone working at the IRS and finding out that someone was inappropriately looking at someone's tax returns or something. We're talking about, deeply buried secrets that have been there, under lock and key for decades, talking about technologies of unknown origin, non-human intelligence, extraterrestrials, biologics, bodies. And, there's also a criminal element here that rises above and beyond just the constitutional crisis that we face, but also allegations of criminal activity that's going to have to be rectified at some point.
That is right. That is right. Because the people inside the national security state infrastructure have become so habituated to engaging in criminal activity outside of the United States. Blackmailing people, assaulting people, murdering people, to silence them, to stop them from opposing whatever the political objectives and foreign policy objectives are that the national security state had identified, that they actually believe that they're authorized to do that at home. And that they've done it. And what they've done is they've first secured the right to deploy lethal force to protect certain facilities where the UFO activity is going on, or other weapons development activities going on. And then the people that were in charge of that security have come to convince themselves that they're authorized to deploy lethal force off grounds from these facilities. And so that they actually believe that they're authorized to deploy lethal force against any person who might otherwise be executed under the law for violating their national security clearance under the Espionage Act. And so they think that they have the authority to deliver summary execution to these people. And this is known by members of Congress, known by other officials inside the government who know about this information. And I've actually spoken directly face to face with a person who had taken such a security oath and had been specifically informed that he was in the crosshairs to be executed because they erroneously thought that he had revealed certain information. So that we know that this program exists, and it's something that Congress, by definition, is afraid to investigate.
I think it's an important point to make because, following the December 2017 article in the New York Times it sort of kicked off a new sort of impetus for people to investigate what's actually going on here, these programs that are even hidden from Congress. And which gives way to the Senate Armed Services Committee and the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence doing a lot of homework and having a lot of people coming forward, whistleblowers firsthand, witnesses to events, people who involved in the so-called legacy programs, bringing in, providing evidence to these committees, right? The professional staff, as well as, a number of senators that sit on these committees, like former Senator Marco Rubio, of course. And so they've done their own investigations into this. And what really came out of that was that, we have this UAP Disclosure Act, which was first introduced by then Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer in conjunction with Senator Mike Rounds, Republican from South Dakota, then Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York, Martin Heinrich, and others, providing, legislation to sort of try to cure this 80-year secrecy regime.
Yes. And when we were involved with the people that were crafting this statute, we began to try to find other members of Congress who would be supportive of this, in that we first encountered this fear that they would be discredited, and not just, sui sponte in the eyes of their constituents, but that they be targeted by the national security state people to engage in an active campaign to intentionally destroy their political career. And they were acknowledging that. When I brought, a full bird colonel in the United States Air Force who was in charge of a number of these Minuteman nuclear sites that had been shut off by a UFO, that all the missiles had been taken right offline by the UFO. And I brought this colonel to meet with his congressperson to tell him that. And the congressperson immediately told him that they were afraid of being attacked by the national security state people who would send millions of dollars into their next campaign against them to get rid of them. So the Congress knew that this was going on, but they haven't been able to muster the courage collectively to do anything about it until recently. And so suddenly you had this 64-page bill demanding that every single one of the U.S. military services and intelligence agencies basically turn over to the National Archives every single piece of information they have about this, starting in, not coincidentally, January 1st of 1945.
That's right.
To have all of this information turned over so the members of Congress who had the appropriate security clearances could get to see it. That's basically what this bill was all about. Now, this is a very bold move, and it was passed by the Senate. But even then, they didn't dare to present it on the floor of the Senate as an independent standalone bill. What they decided to do is they tried to basically sneak it into the multi-thousand-page annual National Defense Authorization Act, just to slip it in. And because virtually everybody will vote for the appropriations for the military and for the intelligence community because of the power and influence that the United States military and the intelligence agencies collectively have over our country. That everybody feels that if you question any particular military weapons program or any particular military mission, that you're somehow fundamentally unpatriotic, and that it's going to ruin your career politically, economically, professionally.
That's right. And it becomes impossible to sort of challenge the executive branch and the Department of Defense and all the other agencies and departments that start waving national security around, it's a little flag.
And the American flag. We've managed certain, successes and attempts. The fact of the matter is we have not succeeded in getting that bill passed through Congress. We have, however, and it's very important for people to understand, we have in fact gotten 23 pages of that 64-page bill passed, which the part that has commanded all 6 of our United States military services and all 18 of our intelligence agencies and all 32 of our United States Defense Department agencies that are understood to be in possession of not only information about the UFO phenomenon, but also in possession of these craft to turn this over to the National Archives. And so, actually to gather it all together and then turn it over to the National Archives as soon as possible. Now, that soon as possible date was last October of 2024, October 20th. And at the final hour before that was required to be done, the National Security State people got the National Archives to give them 1 year extension. So as we sit here today, in the immediate aftermath of the September 9th hearings and the failure on the part of the Congress to pass the rest of the statute, this 23 pages that has placed these agencies under orders are required now to make this information available to the National Archives on September 30th. So just in a matter of another 20 days, basically, as we sit here, they're going to be required to turn this information over. So that we shouldn't despair entirely upon in the face of not having gotten the entire 64 pages passed this past September 9th, because we're still looking at this date of September 30th, where they're going to be required to turn this stuff over. Question: is the national security state so powerful in our United States at the present time that they are capable of effectively defying Congress, that has given them the clear order and allowed an additional year for them to gather all of this together and to put it into a comprehensible data format to turn over to the National Archives? So this is the issue that is posed as we gather here now to see whether they're going to do that.
Danny, you brought up an interesting point, because we're talking about the December 2017 article from New York Times, and we stepped back a bit to the New York Times fighting for truth and transparency of the Pentagon Papers, and it really brings up an interesting question. What has happened to the fourth pillar of democracy with regards to this UFO topic? Because you can't get the mainstream media to cover this with any seriousness.
It's true that this, there was this decision made back in December of 2017 on the part of the board of the New York Times, obviously to come forward with this story. And my having been there back in 1971, when we were involved in the decisions that were getting made by the leadership of the New York Times to publish the Pentagon Papers, when I saw this article come out on December 17th of 2017, I was aware of what must have gone on in the board of editors of the New York Times to make this decision, which would have included reaching out to their national security state sources. So that beneath this entire thing is the question of the degree to which there are elements in the full national security state infrastructure that for some reason view it to be in their collective interest to release more information about this, so that they would, in a sense, give a green light to the New York Times back then, at least, to publish that article. And so the question is, how much more information is going to be made available, either in the direct formal process of September 30th, of turning it over to the archives, and what kind of coverage the news media, the mainstream news media, are going to give, to any revelations that are made on September 30th, or more importantly, I think, or at least more saliently, what kind of reporting are they going to do about the fact that nothing is turned over? We're not going to give up on this.
Right.
I think we've come to the point now where we realize that you can't depend entirely upon the elected representatives to dare to do this, because they're so vulnerable. to the covert activities of the national security state, and they're aware of it, and they're intimidated by it.
Right.
Okay. And so that what we're trying to do is, at the same time that we're trying to raise consciousness about the UFO issue itself, because we're talking about the concealment of the fact that there's an extraterrestrial civilization around us. We find ourselves like the tribe that was in the Indonesian islands, in Papua New Guinea, in the 1950s, of thinking that there was nothing going on in the world outside their island, and all of a sudden they were discovered, and they discovered the outside world, and they were not prepared at all to know how to cope with that. And so what we're trying to say is, look, our people need to start becoming accustomed to the knowledge that we're part of a larger galactic civilization here.
The New Paradigm Institute has implemented a Citizens for Disclosure grassroots movement.
That's right.
That, with the ultimate goal of having 50 state, chapters up and running, thousands of volunteers, and turn this into really a political movement in which elected officials are going to have to take notice of.
That's right. That's our job right now. I mean, as citizens, the fact of the matter is, our citizenry, has not been muscled up to actually do anything, not only about this particular subject, but in most subjects. I mean, our people are getting, distracted watching football games and basketball games, baseball games, movies. You can sit and punch button, talk to your television, and have it call up any movie that you want, sitting in your living room. And so people are going to do their day jobs, for their 8 hours of working, and then coming home, and then basically watching television, and they become very passive, and only to the extent to which you can get the political activities going on that are like a sports event, where you have team A versus team B, and you have highly dramatized, a fourth quarter, 2-minute drill experiences in the political realm. Do people pay any attention to it? So we've got to overcome that. We've got to be able to get our citizens back into activity here.
Well, I think it's also important to point out that, there are some people that, despair over the fact that the UAP Disclosure Act hasn't passed, and, they don't see any forward momentum. But it's also important to put this into sort of more of a historical context. And, it took approximately 10 years or so between, really sort of getting the civil rights movement together until passage of the Civil Rights Act. And we're, somewhere in the early stages of that 10-year cycle that we're in right now. It probably didn't start in 2017, but, by 2022, 2023, where we had, David Grush come forward, we had the UAP Disclosure Act, put out there, that we're in several years now into that 10-year cycle, but it's going to take time and effort.
That's right. No, this is going to require us to organize our people, communicate information to our people, conscientize the people, that is, raise their consciousness about this to the point where they're not afraid of the subject at all, and get the people involved in trying to determine to what degree and in what manner we're going to need to amend some of our major institutions here on our planet. Our economic institutions, in order to absorb the potential new technologies, they're going to have dramatic impact on, for example, the petroleum industry, because obviously there's some sort of alternative energy source that these craft have, that is not, they're not burning coal, right, or gasoline to fuel these craft, and so the geopolitical structures, our treaty organizations and stuff on our planet are going to have to come to include these other beings. That there's work that needs to get done, and that if we can take good news from what's happened here on September 9th, is that you cannot depend upon the presently elected members of the Congress to do this without more pressure from the citizenry. they are subjected to more effective pressure from the national security state, threatening them and their political careers. So that what we've got to do is we've got to muscle up our people to mobilize this, number one. And number two, we have to really realize that the ultimate vulnerability of our elected leaders to the covert operations of the national security state may not be able to be completely overcome. And so that we have to have direct activity on the part of our citizens to reach out, as shocking as this may sound, to establish direct communication with the extraterrestrial beings. There's thousands of instances of people having encounters with these craft and with some of the beings in them, that what we have to do is reach out to establish direct communication with them, to engage in citizen diplomacy. That is actually how we accomplished the coming to the end of the Cold War originally. Back in 1991 and 92, it was by the outreach into the Soviet Union on the part of our citizenry, with the astronauts and cosmonauts and getting to know each other as people. That was how we were able to get President Gorbachev in the Soviet Union to agree to dissolve the Soviet Union, to back up out of the Cold War. So that the citizen-to-citizen diplomacy is really important. So that really it's extraordinarily important for people to begin to entertain the kind of extremely interesting idea of reaching out and establishing direct communication with the extraterrestrial people to get around the unconstitutional national security state that has basically seized control of our legislative representatives.
Well, I think you bring up an interesting point here, because there's not one single path forward that's a silver bullet. It's not just some piece of legislation that's going to pass and we're going to have a cure for it all. And it's not just reaching out potentially to an extraterrestrial civilization, but there are a number of pressure points that are going to have to be pressed along the way. We have people in the scientific community who are working on their own sort of means of disclosure and pushing forward from a scientific perspective. Then we have people that are in the media and producing different sorts of medium to inform the public about this issue, historical nature of it, what's going on currently in the disclosure movement. So there's a number of different things that are going to have to take place, all in conjunction together, working together.
Well, including the fact that the Webb telescope is in fact actively engaged in finding more and more exoplanets. And they're very specifically engaged in trying to find life, intelligent life elsewhere in the galaxy. So they're doing that right now. So that's another pathway that the national security state has opened, spending trillions of dollars, putting together these spaceborne observatories. And they're very clearly engaged in the process of trying to open up another avenue by means of which they can reveal to the people the existence of other highly intelligent and highly technologically developed but non-human species. So there's that whole avenue. And the church, even the Catholic Church, has issued now public statements, saying that in light of the discovery of more and more of these new exoplanets, it has now become clear that their quote, it was much earlier than had been previously anticipated. We're going to discover life elsewhere in the universe. And therefore, the time has arrived for our citizenry to engage in this extraordinarily important conversation about the profound philosophical and theological questions that are presented to us by the discovery of life elsewhere in the universe. And I had a direct conversation with Father Jose Gabriel Funes, who was instructed by Pope Benedict to issue this official statement on the part of the church. And he said, look, Dan, we're not talking here about the discovery of some single cell life form under some frozen sea, on some moon cycling, some planet in some distant star system. We're talking about, another highly intelligent, highly technologically developed, but distinctly non-human species right here in our Milky Way galaxy. And so that's what we're dealing with.
Right.
So we have the wind of reality at our backs, and we need to understand this. So it's time for us to get our sails up catch the wind, and move to the horizon here, and not be afraid to go across the horizon and realize that there's life on the other side of this horizon. And that's where we have to go.
Well, I think it's a good upbeat way to end this segment. But, this is the second annual Global Disclosure Day. And do you have any sort of parting thoughts that we're, a year into this Global Disclosure Day and, the path forward?
The people who are watching this today need to reach out. And this is the test. You have to reach out to 2 or 3 of your other friends and your neighbors and your family members, and have them see this, have them watch this information. We're going to be having people talking here and discussing this who are highly placed government officials and others who are expert in all of this, and come to realize this is true. Okay, but only to the degree to which each person listening to this discussion that we're having is willing to do that over and above simply viewing this as an interesting kind of listening experience, but that they're willing to pick up and do the stuff that's necessary. That's what's going to make the difference here. That's what's made the difference in, getting the Pentagon Papers published. That's what made the difference in getting the Vietnam War to end. This is the difference in the civil rights movement that got it to happen, was people were willing to get out in March, willing to get up and go meet with their members of Congress, willing to litigate in the United States court systems. All of these things are going to be necessary, and in closing, I would put all of these things are going to be necessary in order to demonstrate to the extraterrestrial beings that we're really worthy to be considered part of their civilization. We can't be continuing to conduct ourselves as though we're some complete primitives who think that we're on this little island and that there's no life outside of our island.
Right.
We've got to move beyond this island, Earth, out into the outside world of our galaxy. That this is what we have to do. It's extraordinarily exciting, extraordinarily rewarding, but it's challenging because it does require work.
Hard work.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Very, very helpful overview of what this situation's all about. I just want to make one comment before we go on, that the human family, the evolution of our human family on this planet has gone through all kinds of stages. We create different institutions and governments and programs in order to survive and to keep order and et cetera in our communities and in our nations. And we are poised to make a leap into a new consciousness. And we have to recognize that some of us are kind of stuck in earlier creations of institutions and programs and ways to survive. And we want to embrace everyone that wants disclosure, knowing that we don't all agree with one another on the importance of it and why it's important and where we're going afterwards, etc. But we want to work with everyone who understands that if we make this leap in consciousness and we understand these truths that have been kept from us, we can go into what might be called a golden age of new science, new consciousness, new institutions for the benefit of all humanity. And we are lucky today to have a interview presentation from a man who has invested a lot of his life in the last 2 years towards disclosure. His name is Kirk McConnell. He's a 24-year senior staff person, he was, for the Senate Armed Service Committee, and he's one of the principal authors of the Senate Armed Services Committee bill, the Senate UFO bill, and he's here to share his personal and moving journey and experience with this unfolding understanding and reality that we are in possession of more than one or more non-human origin extraterrestrial spacecraft, and that the bodies of the occupants have been established as non-human. He began this journey not knowing that, and has for 2 years worked very hard to help us all get to a place of knowing the truth.
After the seminal New York Times article in late 2017, I had, prior to that, not any particular interest and certainly didn't believe in the reality of non-human intelligence visiting Earth until that time. That New York Times article was the beginning. I would say it wasn't the only event, obviously. That was followed by the release of videos later, and other sources and witnesses started to come forward. Staff on the committee that I worked for, the Armed Services Committee in the Senate, as well as our sister committee on intelligence. The staff started also to track down other people to talk to. And we started interviewing, Navy pilots and other personnel from the Defense Department and the intelligence community. And we started talking to people who are now household names, like Dr. Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, Chris Mellon, Lou Elizondo, and later still Dave Rush. So you had a lot of more people coming forward. Some of us also undertook to start digging into the history of the issue and starting to read all the literature that's out there. And if you're familiar with this topic, you know that there is a vast literature out there. Personally, after a fair amount of time, came to the conclusion that the weight of the evidence lent a great deal of credibility to the belief that NHI are here and have come here for a very long time. Once that idea started to take on a reality, and I expect that this was the same as for others, it was really a kind of shocking feeling of, your world was kind of turned upside down, and what things you thought you knew, you really have to question. There is, for sure, intelligent life in the rest of the universe, and not only that, but they've figured out how to travel these vast distances or overcome whatever other barriers there may be to revealing themselves. It took a long period of adjustment. Was I shocked to try to come to the grips with the idea that the executive branch has probably systematically been concealing information from Congress, as well as obviously the American people, was a little hard for me to accept, even though there's certainly been instances in the past where the executive branch has undertaken actions and without informing Congress. But the idea that it had been going on for, potentially 80 years or maybe longer, is certainly hard to take if you're someone who lives by law and the Constitution, it's highly objectionable. I'm not at liberty to disclose it. These were internal deliberations between staff and multiple committees and members. There was a recommendation made from a serious sort of respected person to write what ultimately became the UAP Disclosure Act, and to model it on the JFK Assassination Records Act of 1992, I think it was. You know, an issue like this, what are we dealing with here? The possibility that there is non-human intelligence from off our world that is coming here, and we don't know why or what their motivations are. The fact that they are here and the kind of craft that they operate reflects what appears to be a highly advanced technology. So this is the kind of issue that people have long considered would serve as a unifying discovery that, you know, faced with sort of some common overturning of our worldview, would bring not only our own nation together and the leaders of our nation, but leaders of other nations and other peoples around the world. We have something, in a sense, bigger to deal with than our normal disputes and its wobbles. I certainly understand people thinking, well, are we reaching a dead end here politically? At the same time, I would say that there are certainly solid reasons for optimism. Optimism first, that this issue isn't going away right now, that we are not going to see a cyclical retreat from it, but in fact, the momentum will be sustained. People should not lose that energy and that faith, and ultimately prevailing on this. But I also think that there's reason to be encouraged, because what I think makes this situation currently a little different is that there are private groups that have resources, they have technical expertise, and they appear to have determination and maybe some staying power that are involved now in this issue, and they have access to kind of resources for scientifically monitoring and assessing this without the government doing it. There's still ways to make progress on this issue through private endeavors.
Transition to CFD.
You and me, you and I, and all of us, we are the private endeavors going forward. We are moving forward. We're launching a new educational and action campaign for the remainder of 225 and going into 226 to stay abreast of credible, unfolding information in this dynamic disclosure campaign. Please go to the New Paradigm Institute website.org and sign up for our newsletters, because we're sending updates and breaking news twice a week. We release a podcast weekly. We generate extensive videos and materials for our growing movement, and we provide ongoing action alerts to our community. Let's turn now to our Citizens for Disclosure grassroots movement that is active in 32 states, with a goal that we will have 50 states by January 1. 2 of the states are now developing their own UAP, UFO disclosure bills. Others are working on educational efforts and including teach-ins at colleges and universities. And as we move into 2026, we are building out local teams, hopefully eventually in all 435 congressional districts, and leading a disclosure pledge campaign for all congressional candidates. Our allies in other countries are organizing with parliamentary leaders to develop disclosure policies in their countries. I hope you will decide to become a member of our organization and support us financially, and also to become a citizen, an active citizen for disclosure. You can sign up for both of those things at our website. And now let's go and listen to some of the Citizens for Disclosure.
Good morning and welcome to the hearing regarding UAP disclosures. For too long, the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomena has been shrouded in secrecy, stigma, and in some cases, outright dismissal. Today, I want to state clearly that this is not science fiction or creating speculation. This is about national security, government accountability, and the American people's right to the truth. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and the nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do. Boeing contractors reported a massive glowing red square silently hovering over 2 missile defense sites. I talked to 5 shaken witnesses who described a massive triangular craft that hovered silently for about 45 seconds before shooting away at impossible speed.
A self-luminous, tic-tac-shaped object emerged from the ocean before linking up with 3 other similar objects.
These things are real. They can fly in formation, they're evasive, and they outperform any aircraft known to exist, including ours.
I saw a 100-foot equilateral triangle take off from near the NASA hangar on the base.
It's either a weapons program being reverse engineered by our governments or other governments, or not from here. Those are it.
There is something out there, and we should know as the people what it is.
Let this be the moment when America chooses courage over fear, transparency over secrecy, and progress over stagnation. Let's show the world that our nation leads not only through strength, but through fearless pursuit of the truth.
That's a good one. I'm on it. My name is Nathan, sir.
If I can help, you holler at me.
Thank you, sir.
UFO and UAP disclosure is important to society because there's a change in perspective that needs to happen. The reality of what exists has never changed and will not change. There is a force, unfortunately, that is trying to withhold that information at this point, and we have to stand up and say no more.
To help bridge the gaps between people and to bring us closer together and remember that connectedness is what will literally get us out of the mess that we're in.
It has to do with transparency with the government, giving Congress the ability to perform proper oversight over both what the government is doing, several agencies, as well as what the private sector is doing.
We're not being told the truth, and we deserve the truth, not just as citizens of whatever country we're from, but also as citizens of the world and as collective humanity.
What's really remarkable is that we have been lied to as the American people for probably 70 years at least, since World War II.
I think disclosure, for what it means and what it stands for at the end of the day, is very important to everybody, basically. For me, fundamentally, as a human being, I think we have a right to know.
We're entering into an inflection point, a tipping point, as a nation, as a species, and as a world.
UFO disclosure is part of our evolution of humanity, expanding our knowledge of the universe, it's what we've always done since the beginning of civilization. What's over that mountain? What happens if we plant this crop? What happens if we make this machine? What happens if we know there's more to the universe? It changes our scope of reality, which gives us more opportunities, which expand our mental cognition to be more creative, more loving, more open, more resilient humans.
At the end of the hearing, you said, we've had the hearings, we've talked the talk, now it's time for action. Are you hopeful that this hearing did enough, move the needle enough to really get to the action that you're talking about?
I hope so, but what's going to have to move the needle is the people that are watching, the people that care about this. Until they call their congressman, call their senator, and reach out to the president and make it clear that this is a priority, they're not going to make it a priority.
This is something that affects everybody and is the biggest and most important legislation and event that is happening as a species. In this country, we're very blessed to have the right, we the people. What do we do with that privilege? Do we stand up and use it and fight for what we believe in? Or do we lay down and let the forces may be just roll us over and say, oh, you don't need to know that because we like to have power and you can't have any?
No social movement started in a silo. It was about bringing people together, like with the civil rights movement, with any movement. We've been lied to. We've been lied to about systemic injustice our whole life, and this is another component of that.
The work that we're doing is all about raising public awareness around the topic of UFOs, around disclosure, around whistleblower protections, helping the public understand that this is a legitimate issue, that there are very credible people who are part of this.
We need to grow up and take ownership and responsibility for who we are. And Citizens for Disclosure is an opportunity to do that, to really take ownership of our humanity by exposing truth, exposing corruption, exposing dishonesty, exposing a very long history and tradition of deception. And we deserve better.
I think it's important to organize on a grassroots level because that's the only way things get done. I mean, no one's going to come down and give this to us. History has shown that anytime you want change within society, it starts with the grassroots. It starts with people who want to make a change and want to start a movement. No one from the government's going to come down and be like, oh, well, here's the answer. No contractors going to come out and be like, well, here's the answer.
Citizens for Disclosure and the New Paradigm Institute are doing amazing work, especially young people coming together from all different parts of the country. There's nothing more important on the planet than getting the word out about this.
People's movements eventually catch on, they catch fire, they ignite. This could be the new paradigm for humanity with our founder, Danny Sheehan.
We have an obligation to our children and to our grandchildren to uphold the fight for truth and transparency.
I offer you my apology. Something that I have never gotten, and I'm getting it to you. I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States, an oath that demands truth and transparency for our democratic republic to function. Each day these truths remain hidden from our citizens, humanity drifts further from the principles our nation was founded to uphold. Each day victims of crimes committed by agencies and companies maintaining this secrecy are denied justice as another day our Constitution is shredded. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you. You are our community now. And because you have responded from your soul to this call, it's a visionary call. We know that we need disclosure for the sake of humanity's future.
We all want disclosure. We all know that this is a real phenomenon, and disclosure is the most important step in our entire human history.
We must recognize that we are now in a totally new era, one that most of us never thought we'd see in our lifetimes. Today, we stand on a potential precipice of accurate UFO disclosure.
Disclosure has already happened for most people, but the secret government just lies to Congress saying that there's nothing to see.
UAP disclosure is going to push us into the next paradigm so that we can begin living our truth.
The global implications of this, as you all recognize, are immense. If we don't do this, nobody else will.
I've spent hours finding the most credible and verifiable information. The New Paradigm Institute has been such a great resource for my research. So I'm really grateful for this, and I can't wait to see what we do together.
It is time to tell the people of the world that we are not alone.
Together we can shape a new future, and I encourage all of you to have the courage, the fortitude, and the strength to do that.
Real global disclosure could benefit humanity and the planet, bringing us together in ways that we can only dream of today.
If we are active, responsible citizens, we wield enormous power, particularly when we do it together. You are the beginning of this movement. Again, I invite you to go to the newparadigminstitute.org and sign up to be a citizen for disclosure. Now let's turn our attention to the discussions with people who have a lot of experience and expertise in different areas of work and different constituencies. We're going to start here with a discussion between Colonel Carl Nell and Richard Dolan. Colonel Carl Nell has in a lot of executive experience in both the aerospace industry with some of the top companies in the aerospace industry, and also in the Pentagon. He has had very high-level leadership positions in the Pentagon, but he's been on the task force that was researching the history of this entire issue after Lou Elizondo's story came out in 2017, which began this whole period of disclosure. And so he is very knowledgeable about what the concerns of the aerospace industry are, what the concerns of the Pentagon are, and he has devoted his life for the last 2 years to trying to sort this out and think this through. And Richard Dolan is known as the historian. He's a former PhD student at the University of Pennsylvania, and he is known as the historian for UFO UAP history in this country and globally. He's written several really important books about it, and he is just now releasing information on all of the activity under the ocean and under the lakes and in the rivers, where it appears that UFO beings are coming and going in and out of these waters, perhaps with bases under them. So these two are going to discuss the sort of cycles of disclosure activity. But I think it's important. We deeply appreciate both of these people and everything that they have done and continue to do to help figure all this out. And it's so interesting because they are coming at it from two different places. I mean, Richard is an expert on the whole history of this movement, and Carl is aware of the concerns that the national security state and the leaders have about this. And it's very interesting and very helpful that they have had a discussion for us in our program.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Wright. I'm CEO of Solve Advocacy, and I serve as policy liaison for the New Paradigm Institute to Capitol Hill. With the failure of Congress to pass the UAP Disclosure Act for a third time in a row, we thought there'd be an interesting conversation to have about the cycles of disclosure. And there are two people here we have with us today who are probably the most qualified to have that discussion. We have retired Army Colonel Carl Nell, aerospace defense executive, and we have historian Richard Dolan with us today. So I'll let them take it over from here. Thank you for joining us. With the failure of Congress.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah.
You want to start this, Carl? This is really something that you, I think your ideas have prompted this discussion, and I'm really interested in discussing it with you.
Well, thanks, Richard, and Kevin, appreciate the introduction. Yeah, Richard's probably the best person to probably kind of bounce some of these ideas off of, since he's an expert, having studied this field for many decades. So I guess the postulate I've got is that this recent cycle of disclosure that we might say started in 2017 with the Navy videos and Lou Elizondo coming out and as a whistleblower making various assertions, that cycle of disclosure is effectively ended with the failure to pass the UAP Disclosure Act, and with sort of the fourth or third in a series of hearings on the topic that I think increasingly have moved the needle less and less. And so in some sense, it seems like the people that have been at the forefront of this recent cycle have said what they've had to say. It's starting to become stale in the sense of being repetitive. The conversation isn't necessarily advancing to new topics, but really more importantly, the mechanism in order to which to address these whistleblower issues is not gaining traction. And, particularly to kind of maybe amplify upon that, I think the essence of that Schumer-Rounds amendment was to create a management structure that you could argue perhaps mirrored the original process that was maybe put in place by Truman and Eisenhower to manage this topic, but to do it in a manner that was assured to have proper congressional oversight and proper transparency and accountability to elected officials, which had ceased to pertain at some point in the past. And so essentially by not passing this, Congress has written themselves out of any type of way forward, and without a control group to manage the policy aspect, then the government's really not going to be in a position to deal with ramification of any released material. And so increasing whistleblowers, increasing attention is going to force the government into a reactive mode and really a hunker down mode. So my view is that this cycle essentially has ended, and we should take stock of what worked and what didn't work to think about maybe a new way forward. So that's sort of my view on the current state of play.
It's really, really provocative and interesting thesis, Carl. And honestly, there's a lot that you say that I find myself agreeing with. We've gone through, historically speaking, the UFO community, and we say UFO here, has gone through, as you were implying, a number of cycles of this kind of process. Early 1950s, you could say, in the early 1960s, when the CIA director Roscoe Hellencoat, a former, resigned from NICAP after they had tried to get congressional hearings in 1962 and just totally failed. We all know about the Condon Committee from the late 1960s. That was another crisis, and actually there were many others after that. The FOIA era of the 1970s seemed like it was going to be another cycle where government documents were being declassified for the first time in the late 1970s, and it was exciting, and people thought, are we going to get the magic document that will prove the cover-up? And then that didn't happen. You had the Rockefeller Initiative of the early 90s, which kind of dovetailed with a lot of the Roswell investigations that were going on, and that didn't happen. And then you had in the 21st century, we've had a number of disclosure initiatives, and as you mentioned, starting in 2017, the last iteration, they've all risen and fallen. The only thing that I would want to emphasize that makes this last cycle different is, I think that it's raised the level of discussion publicly to the highest level that I think that it's ever been. More information has come out in this last 7-8 years, by far, I would say, than what we have seen in any of the earlier cycles. And so if if it's true that this is the end of a cycle, maybe it is. I mean, the Disclosure Act's failed 3 years in a row, as you pointed out. But I'm not quite convinced that the sleep cycle between this one and the next one may be as long as between some of the others. Like, I don't really know that I can predict that. It's that A, this actually is over. It could be. Or that B, if it's over, the interim between this one and the next one is going to be all that long. I mean, just one example, then I'm going to hand this back to you. Whistleblowers. So you were saying, and I think rightly, that if there's no mechanism that Congress has passed to allow the federal government to do anything about whistleblowers and information coming out, they're not going to be obligated to do. They won't do anything, and it'll just be hitting a wall. But I'm not convinced that powerful whistleblower statements will have no effect. I think that the spigot's been opened. There's been a number of people who are talking. We know there are many others who have spoken in Congress who have not been public yet. And so I'm not sure that has really played itself out. And that's the only real hesitation I have. And as long as there are new whistleblowers coming out, as long as they have powerful, credible information, I think that could keep generating momentum in one way or another. Although, as far as legislatively, I agree. I don't know how that would happen if Congress can't pass a UAP Disclosure Act.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess, history isn't necessarily like a linear arc, but maybe it's sort of, in this case, like a sawtooth. In other words, like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And so maybe we're building, on previous work. So each of these cycles of disclosure, if you will, is maybe gaining more traction. But I still think like we've had a major reset. So I'm thinking back too, like you mentioned, NICAP, but if we look at the 50s, Walt Disney was approached at one point to try to, assist with some sort of controlled disclosure at 54, 55. There was the Emmeniger Sadler film.
Yeah.
Right, with the supposed Holloman Air Force Base landing footage that was withheld. That got released as UFOs Past, Present, Future, narrated by Rod Serling, as you know. But without that, government offered footage that was really the carrot to do that whole thing. You've had this, revelation in the 80s of the sort of co-opting of, some of the UFO researchers, Bill Moore in particular, right? Like that kind of discredited the field. So there's been several iterations, both, with the government kind of ostensibly positioning for and against, disclosure that's created this cyclic process. But, the counter argument that's often offered is, okay, more whistleblowers could be coming. I mean, in essence, like we've seen that also, right? These other events. And so in some sense, when the whistleblowers come out one at a time and in public, there's typically a means to discredit them, right? Not necessarily legitimately, but often effectively. And so then the message gets discredited with the messenger. And so we're all kind of hoping for this sort of pristine, high-level whistleblower to come out, but those people are probably not motivated to do that, right? So you're not going to get that person. But if you do, and you get that sort of drop, maybe you're creating the problem that we're trying to avoid anyway, right? Which is this, what I would argue, the catastrophic disclosure. Like all this information comes out and implications, and society and institutions are not maybe ready to deal with that. The whole process of controlled disclosure was intended to mitigate some of these issues by creating a responsible approach, as opposed to, basically dumping this all out. So it's the difference between an impulse function that affects, public stability and legitimacy of institutions and the range of accountability, and smearing that out over time, and through a slow, deliberative process where in the background, maybe you mitigate some of these issues, let's say the government. So I'm a little concerned that like either that's going to peter out, or you create the problem that the whole UAPDA was intending to avoid, which is how to go from a stable pre-disclosure state to a stable post-disclosure state which to me is very analogous to arms control, in fact, right? Like mutually assured destruction is stable but not desirable. Mutually assured survival is desirable and stable, but going from one to the other is highly destabilizing. And so how do you do that without really causing the problem? In other words, preemption, right? Like preemption in an arms control situation is what you're actually trying to avoid. So going from pre-disclosure to post-disclosure could precipitate that sort of catastrophic situation that we don't want. So in other words, the whistleblowers, I'm less enamored about that being the best approach. It's like you've got to either convince the executive to unilaterally do what we think we want them to do, or move into the sort of political action sphere and make this a mainstream political issue, maybe writ large in terms of government transparency, and get elected officials that understand this topic to a deeper degree, and ultimately get them into leadership over time. So in other words, a whole new cycle of activism and disclosure.
When you put it that way, especially the last thing you said there, I just caught myself thinking, how in heck are you going to be able to get that many number of members of Congress to be sophisticated with this issue to actually do what you're saying? I don't know how that would be. One thing, though, a couple of thoughts. So one, the idea of avoiding catastrophic disclosure. You and I have talked about this privately before, and I kind of think like trying to avoid catastrophic disclosure is almost like squaring the circle. I think that genuine UFO disclosure is inherently catastrophic. It's inherently destabilizing. I don't really see how you can do it other than to roll out such a controlled level of disclosure that you're essentially the state would have, I would almost say, totalitarian levels of control over information flow to an extent that it would be deceptive disclosure. That's my own opinion. I just think the subject is far too out there. It is far too just paradigm shifting in terms of like past government criminality, you could say, in terms of the scientific implications. Like it would be difficult for me to think how government could just slowly roll out a disclosure while the public is saying, wait a minute, this is real. So what technology are you hiding? How come we can't get access to it? Like I think if there's ever a genuine acknowledgement by the U.S. government in any way, which has not happened yet, there has been no official statement by any responsible existing U.S. government official that UFOs are not from our civilization. They haven't done that. But if they ever do that, and if it's official policy, I think they're going to have a very hard time keeping that door closed for very long. And so for them, that would be a catastrophic disclosure. And that is why we were talking privately just earlier. I think the U.S. government is never going to be in a position to sanction a genuine pro-disclosure position. The executive branch never has, never. And Congress only recently part of Congress has been pushing this. So it's very difficult to get these guys to move on this. Having said all of that, I just want to emphasize, like, I don't think it's controversial to say that we're living in the most technologically revolutionary, transformative period in human history. The ground is shifting beneath our feet as we speak. No one even knows what the next 5 years are going to bring, let alone 20. And I can easily see more cultural momentum on this happening, which could very well result in more general pressure on the political institutions. I'm not saying it will happen, but it could. Or I could even imagine some kind of black swan event, one that's unpredictable, but just because I think it's not, it would be unwise to assume that tomorrow is going to look like today. So how it's going to be different, I'm not sure. Will it be more tightly control of information, or will there be more freedom of information over the next decade? It's an interesting thing to ponder. There's a lot of unknowns here, Carl, and I could see the argument that we're at the end of a cycle, and I also think it's important to, as you're saying, decide like what strategies worked and what did not work. But I hope people, if they don't take this conversation to mean like it's over, let's give up, there's no hope for a genuine transparency on UFOs, because I don't think that's the message you would want to convey anyway, and it's certainly not the message that I would want to convey.
No, we're in complete agreement on that. I posing the question as like a pragmatic sort of after action on where we've gotten to since 2017 to inform, do we want to continue kind of in the direction that we're going, or do we need to take an assessment and maybe move in a different direction? And so it seems like apropos and timely to do that. And of course, you've written the book After Disclosure, so you're sort of the world's expert on kind of that concept. And I would say that the government has admitted like UFOs are real, but so that's like the first shoe to drop, if you will. Yeah. But they have not admitted that UFOs are NHI, due to non-human intelligence. And I'm kind of with you in the sense that that second step creates a crescendo, and you can't like roll that back, right? Like once you go to that second shoe, that is going to like entail a lot more information. No, the conversation is never going to stop at that point. But I think in some sense there's a middle path, right? Like, so instead of denying everything and instead of that second shoe dropping, there's a middle path, right? And I think it really stems from the fact that everybody's got their own evidentiary threshold, right? So the people that are paying attention, probably the people watching this podcast, like they already know the truth, right? Like there's enough information in the public domain already for smart and objective and unbiased people to sort of come to the right conclusion, right? And a lot of people have. But then, the government has been successful in these disinfo campaigns, let's say Condon Committee report and, discrediting whistleblowers and the Bill Moore Shandera stuff, to discredit this whole thing, to throw this switch in people's minds, which basically says this topic is like not real, and so I don't even consider the data anymore. I call it like the unreasonable person standard, right? We've got this concept of reasonable doubt, but that sort of implies that there must be some unreasonable standard, right? And so that unreasonable standard, I say, is like where the majority of people are. So you can bring them all this information, but it never resonates, right? So what we have to do in some sense is flip that switch back where they become open-minded, like that the classic state of atraxia, which is basically I'm going to hold in abeyance my opinion on a problem until I get more information. I'm going to accept both positions. So if we can just get people to neutrality on it, then that opens the door to them ultimately maybe considering this. And so to me, that's actually the key to the middle path, because what you do is you make the information more and more obvious to more and more people. And by their own nature, people are going to have, a range of thresholds based on their predisposition, their background, how much they care about this, what their priorities are in life, etc. And so you can roll out various information that's going to meet these people's evidentiary threshold over time till you get to the point where it sort of becomes implicitly obvious.
I think that's actually happening. By the way, that I love any call for more research and more communication and more information on this. I'm all for, because that's what I do, and I like to do that. And I do think that's made a difference, by the way, over the last several generations. I think we are, my sense of this is it's way easier to talk about this subject in public now than it ever was, more than 10 years ago. So I think something has changed. And I do think that there is probably a higher level of overall belief in this phenomenon that the public is willing to admit to. Seems to me. That's different than what you're saying. Like, do they believe it's alien or not? But I suspect that a lot of people, if you ask them, do you believe in UFOs? Simple question. I think a lot of people would probably say, yeah, I do. We're not alone in the universe. We've heard this a million times. We don't have a lot of time, and I want to shift gears a little bit to something that's very important and you referred to, which is path forward. This is something that I really want to hear your opinion on. In the last hearing, just a month and a half ago, there was I think even more than one statement by members of Congress to the effect that there is something blocking forward movement on this matter within Congress, and that they don't know who's doing the blocking. I do think that, like, you've got members of Congress, they're convinced that there is a force that they are contending with. Maybe they know and they're just not saying in public, or maybe they genuinely don't know. But I'm sure you have thoughts about this. And in terms of anything prescriptive for the future, I guess I want to segue here and ask you, what do you think would be a good prescription for future action? And specifically, I want to include these dark forces within the government and the Pentagon and the IC, who are undoubtedly behind this.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I was on a panel with Diana Polsolka at a conference that Peter Thiel had hosted last year called Hereticon, like, talking about heretical concepts. And it was funny because probably pretty much everybody thought they were heretical, but they're pretty much all kind of in the same zone on almost every topic. So it's pretty funny. But we offered on our panel, Diana and I, on our panel, that non-disclosure is actually universal across all cultures and time. In other words, throughout human civilization, there's been certain information that is threatening to the power structures that exist. So there's sort of elites that kind of control this information. And you could put the UAP topic as a subset into that, right?
Absolutely.
Over that whole amount of time.
Jim Marrs, just to jump in, wrote Rule by Secrecy about 25 years ago. Still a classic. And that's exactly what that entire book is about, historically.
Yeah.
Anyway,
right.
Go on.
So what we're talking about is like changing that paradigm, right? On probably one of the most central issues that would be in that non-disclosure job jar, right? So, like what we're talking about here is not just sort of a priority or important or historic, it's transformative, it gets to the level of biblical in the sense that the world is different after the event, and just you can remove the religious overtone, but like a biblical event, changes the world. And so that's kind of the nature of this. So we're talking about something that's extremely profound. So I would opine that there are people in Congress, particularly in the Senate, that know the truth, but they're still products of the system, and they're, comfortable operating in the system, but it's maybe just too big, right? And the ramification too great. But I would go back also to what I said at the first Seoul conference. There's sort of 6 reasons for non-disclosure. There's the national security reason, right? With the typical, you don't want to tip your hand to your adversaries. You don't want your adversaries to get an advantage, etc. You've got this idea of a lack of a plan. Like, how do we deal with the ramification? Technology of unknown origin or NHI intention. You've got to have a plan to deal with that. You're not going to come out and say, all this is happening, but, as a government, we don't know what to do about it. You've got the potential for societal disruption due to ontological shock or the implication of institutions being implicated in, covering this up. You've got the potential for covert agreements where people are benefiting from the status quo, either monetarily or through power structures or other agreements that would either precipitate or avoid bad consequences. You've got the potential for covering up misdeeds. And you've got just the regular organizational intransigence and lack of priority. Just have better things or other things to do. So those all have to be overcome to get disclosure. Ultimately, you want to contract the national security reason to the core, like we did with nuclear weapons and nuclear energy, such that you can make this available. And then you've got to work off those other issues, the plan, societal disruption, etc. And so you can imagine, I think this is sort of true from first principles, there's various factions, right? There might be a faction internal that wants to see this happen but doesn't know how. You've got a faction that's benefiting from the status quo,
Totally.
And they don't want to see that happen. You've got people that are good intention but don't have the authority or the purview to do it. You've got people that maybe know and could do something but they're not up to the challenge. You've got people that are in the sort of pro-disclosure camp, but they've got maybe a less informed understanding of how to move forward. And then you've got just sort of everybody else that sees this, that switch is flipped that I talked about before, the unreasonable person standard. It's just a topic that is, not a serious topic and people don't even look at it. So I think all those things predicate a difficult situation, but But I'm with you. The idea of this conversation is not to say we're in a pessimistic state. It's to let's take stock of what's worked up to this point, what's not worked, particularly in light of previous cycles of disclosure, and maybe offer some hope for the way forward. So, what would, maybe I'll kind of opine at the end. But what you've written a book on it. So what?
Well, yeah, so I don't know how much time we have left, and I know we're supposed to do this for 30 minutes. So, Kevin, you just keep tab on this if you are able to. Very quickly, one thing that I definitely saw is that mainstream media, establishment media is really important. It's crazy to say that because we're all of a habit of saying no one cares about the establishment mainstream media anymore. It's dead. It's not dead. It's actually very, very influential. Not necessarily over ordinary people, but over the political institutions. So as an example, I'll just point out the 2 Wall Street Journal articles that appeared last, I think it was June, that were so execrable and just awful. But, I asked myself, what were they written for? They weren't really for the general public. The general public reads the Wall Street Journal, but political people do. Congressmen, even if they don't, their staffers do. They're very aware of what the Wall Street Journal has to say. And I feel very confident to say that the 2 journal articles that came out were explicitly designed to throw as much cold water on the UAP Disclosure Act, which was upcoming, which was going to be up for a vote. And this was a step that they took. And I think it was successful, probably. And so getting establishment media to play along is critical. This is how the whole thing started in 2017. The New York Times published 2 articles, shocked the world that they were having a kind of pro-UFO approach to it. But then what happened after that? Basically nothing. A little bit. Tucker Carlson, maybe among the mainstream people when he was with Fox, was perhaps the most willing to push this topic. CNN did a couple of very tepid pieces, and that was it. Very, very little follow-up. You had the entire mainstream establishment doing 0 follow-up on what were genuine bombshell revelations back in 2017, and they did almost nothing. So having inroads into that establishment media is important. How to do that is a really big problem, because that's almost like making inroads into the IC or the Pentagon. It's very, very closed. But I think that's a very key thing that needs to be done. And I mean, honestly, I don't know how the momentum in Congress is going to be for a 4th go at the UAP Disclosure Act. You know this better than I do. It doesn't look hopeful, but this never looks hopeful, and yet people try anyway. So at some point, perhaps we'll have some success. The other thing is, and I'll just very quickly, there's always been in any of the previous cycles of disclosure, which you didn't really have time to get into, but the bottom line is that you had public activist support for some kind of change, and you had deep-seated institutional blockage that was just like, we're not going to allow this to happen. And that is no different in this cycle. But the difference is that the level of discourse in this cycle, I will argue, is qualitatively stronger and better than it has been in any previous cycle. And so that, I think, is the big difference. And too much information has been out there for it to be ridiculed to the same extent it was before this cycle began. So that's a real positive thing, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think more people's, sort of unreasonable standard switch has been switched to the, to the middle or to off in some sense, right? So I agree with that. I think too, the Dan Farah documentary, Age of Disclosure, that's coming out, where very prominent people in and out of the administration and out of government are coming forward, is going to precipitate additional conversations, undoubtedly, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio in the film. The administration is going to have to, answer some questions about, what the state of play is. So that may be something that sort of moves this back into the mainstream. I think there needs to be more of a grassroots political activism on this. In fact, we some idea, and you allude to this sort of a coalition, getting all these different groups and factions to work together is sort of a key part of this. And a number of the UAP researcher groups did get together to sponsor this UAPDA petition. And, I'd invite people to kind of look into that. That's petition's still active, UAPDA.org.
Good idea.
And so that would essentially document the will of the people, even though, this legislative cycle has ended. Delivering that petition with significant signatures demonstrates this will of the people, which maybe feeds this next phase of grassroots activism, but also perhaps more organized political activism, where we're getting people in Congress through the midterm election and subsequent outterm elections that actually are for government transparency, have some insight into this topic, and maybe ultimately move into leadership and advance this from the Congress end. So you've got, two-pronged approach, maybe political activism in Congress and influence of the administration more directly.
You actually alluded to something else, which I think is a significant factor, and that's money. You mentioned Peter Thiel organizing a conference on this, or not necessarily specifically on UFOs, but there's a lot of a UFO bent to that. And that's the case with a more broadly case. There's more money seemingly interested in this. And I asked myself why. I suspect, I'd like to know your opinion on this, because I think this will be a factor moving forward. It's worth asking to what extent the current disclosure movement since 2017 is influenced by money and the desire. And I can imagine people involved in defense, for example, for years and years, knowing that there is actually a lot of truth to the reality of UAP technology, but they haven't been able to say anything about it. And I wonder if after 2017, there was a tipping point where some people who have notions about working with UAP technology, but they can't yet because it's not out enough for them to have access to monetize. And I suspect, and I'm only saying I suspect, I don't really have knowledge of this, that could be a really big motivation behind some of the current disclosure movement. And some people would say, well, their motives aren't pure or whatever, but these are human beings, and human beings are motivated by wanting to make money. And so if there's genuine money opportunities in UAP tech, that is another angle moving forward that's inevitably going to raise its head and be a factor.
Yeah, capitalism is probably the best structure to do this, except that because of historical happenstance, if the security enclave were to be lifted, certain parties might have an inequitable or unequitable advantage, right? Just because of historical precedent, right?
Absolutely.
And so then you're going to have sort of legal issues, right? So that's sort of limiting. And even if you could resolve those legal issues, which I'm sure can be resolved, you can't just all of a sudden lift the security enclave and hope for the best as people introduce technology of unknown ramification into the market, right? Commodities could go to zero value, the basis of wealth could shift. So, that actually was part of the reason for the eminent domain clause that people don't really recognize. It's not that the government is going to take private property. What the government was essentially saying was, this material, there's no precedent for private ownership of this material. So the government is going to manage that process and to develop, a bigger brain trust to look at it and then to determine what the ramifications are, make faster progress, hopefully, and then move into a regulated environment where this stuff could be reintroduced into the streams of commerce as a step, ultimately, maybe getting to the free market. So it's sort of like the beginning of a three-phase plan, because unless and until you do that, you can't remove the security enclave because people will want to monetize it, right? And that will precipitate, at least in theory, unknown ramification, right? As a responsible governing authority, like you're not going to allow that. In other words, you're disrupting the market wildly. But ultimately, you want to get into a free market state. So how do you do that? It's sort of like the same problem with arms control. You've got to kind of do that incrementally. But those incentives, I think, are starting to drive VC investors and people that are more in the know than others. And they're maybe, in some sense, chomping at the bit to put money into this. But there's the impediment that maybe it's too early, right? Like, Rizwan Vrick talked about, the investment framework at one of the Seoul conferences as like beyond bleeding edge tech. And so how do you do this? It needs like a prolonged investment over time to realize huge gain. But you're going to deal with high risk in the early years. So those are, it's a catch-22, as you sort of alluded. And I think that's part of the impediment. In some sense, though, you almost need another Bob Bigelow, who's basically independently wealthy, wants to see movement on the topic, and is just willing to fund a political action committee to bring real money into this disclosure effort over a 5-year period, to basically get candidates in place that understand the issue at a deep level. Ultimately, those candidates move into positions of leadership over time, and then Congress can actually maybe implement what we were trying to do a month or two ago.
Working through the labyrinth and the unknown obstacles and the dark forces that are opposing them. Yeah, it's a tall order. This is a tall order. This is really a situation of the irresistible force and the immovable object. If there's ever one, I think that the disclosure scenario fits this very well, because the disclosure movement as it currently exists is not weaker, it's stronger than I think it's been maybe ever. I'm not saying it's strong enough, but this is a force that I don't think is going to die away all that easily. And yet the institutional resistance is very, very powerful. You've been alluding and talking all along about, the need to avoid catastrophic disclosure and going through this process incrementally. I mean, I sometimes wonder whether that's really even possible. I don't know that that's actually a possible goal, although I can understand wanting to do it. The whole point is we often think, well, we need a revolution. We need, just top to bottom change, transform the whole thing. But radical change is going to be disruptive to a very delicately balanced global infrastructure, which is what we all live on. We live with this infrastructure, like it or not. This isn't the days of, dusting off the guillotine, doing the French Revolution, and chopping off the heads. Like, that's not going to change anything. We have a very finely balanced machine, and disclosure is actually a disruptor to that machine. So that's a problem. But the only thing that I keep wondering is it really going to be possible to do this incrementally? I just keep having this feeling, and it's all that it is, that we're going to see some kind of black swan event, something that you and I and no one else is able to predict, and that's going to change this debate somehow. Maybe that won't be the case, but again, we live in such dramatically tumultuous times. I just think it would be silly for me not to consider that as possible. So all the best laid plans of mice and men oft go awry. Isn't that what Robert Burns wrote?
Yeah.
We plan and plan and plan, and then boom, something totally different happens.
Yeah. I would say, just to kind of end on this one point, and I kind of agree with that. I would say the status quo is not going in a good place, and potentially, which is basically not, being reactive or the government not doing anything, and catastrophic disclosure is maybe not a good place, and there are a lot of ways to do it, wrong, and so maybe a black swan event will form that middle path, and we can hope maybe that happens.
And then we won't have to make a decision because it'll be made for us.
Well, we've got to make ourselves ready for opportunity, right? So anyway, I appreciate this dialogue. This has been great.
Did we go over our 30 minutes, Kevin?
No, we're good. If either of you have
packed it in,
a final comment, if not, then we'll just go ahead and wrap this up. And I think, this has been a really very good back and forth discussion here about, where we're at in this current cycle, whether it's ending, whether it's going to extend, whether it has legs, to continue on. But I think it's sort of instructive to also think of, the UFO, UAP disclosure movement and sort of liken it to the civil rights movement where, once it really sort of, formed, it took about 10 years between that and the culmination of it with the Civil Rights Act. And I really think that we're in a sort of a situation where, the circumstances are very similar to that. Whether you want to say that the, current movement started in December 2017, or if it really sort of started in, July of 2023 with the Grush testimony and the introduction of the UAP Disclosure Act, till now, we can debate about how many years we're into that, relative 10-year cycle. But I think it's instructive also think of it in that terms that, we're somewhere towards the middle or end of that 10-year cycle. So it's also important to sort of think about it in that historical context.
Yeah, I think that's a great frame. Great frame. Agreed.
Any final comments?
I'll go first, and Carl, you can have the last word. I enjoyed having this conversation. It's challenging. It's a challenging conversation because, predicting the future or even seeing the present time in historical context is not always easy to do. And I'm really glad you raised this issue, Carl, like about this idea of disclosure cycles and are we at the end of a cycle? I can't say that I know the answer to that, but I'm very glad you raised this question. And simply point out if it is the end of a cycle. I guess we would probably know it's the end of a cycle if there's a pause and something begins, we have a bunch of new people involved, or we have, there may be new iterations of this that we haven't yet thought of, and then we could say we're in a new cycle. So maybe this one is ending, but if it is, I don't take this as a pessimistic outlook. I just think it's one where we want to, as you say, take stock and plan for the future.
Yeah.
We'll find out who's unlocking this institutionally. I think we want to get a roadmap of that, if nothing else. Okay, done.
Well, and how and where to form coalitions, right, around the sort of witting parties and the willing parties, right? And maybe I'll just end by maybe inviting the commenters on the podcast here to opine with their own opinions and their own sort of recommendations, right? And maybe we can take stock of all that, because ultimately I think it's going to happen if it happens sort of in a responsible way by coalitions of people in different sectors of society, in and out of government, joining in common cause, undoubtedly including people that are maybe involved. So hopefully we can create circumstances collectively that enable that.
Right.
I think this is actually a good segue to the next segment of Global Disclosure Day, which will be the live panel, which Richard, you'll be participating in as well. And it's going to sort of continue on naturally from where we're concluding this discussion, which is, the status of disclosure, what does it look like, where it goes from here, and what its implications are. So thank you both to you for your time today and a great discussion, and look forward to seeing you all again soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Richard.
I don't know why that thing doesn't work very well. That was a very interesting discussion. I would like to add one thing, that those of us who are with the New Paradigm Institute and the Romero Institute would like to add that there is the dimension of faith. We are people of faith. Many, many people now involved in the disclosure movement are people of faith. And we are doing our best to discern guidance from the source in the universe of all that is, that we understand to be a source of love and constant creativity. So that's another factor that, in our opinion, is at play. Because this beautiful place, planet Earth, that gestates life constantly, every minute, provides everything any of us need to survive. This planet and humanity are facing existential threats that could destroy all of us and destroy this great experiment here. So, of course, the question of disclosure for us is also a question of truth, because we believe in people. If they have enough information, to make decisions, to form policies, to create institutions, to create educational programs. And so the truth is the first step, because disclosure could help us bypass, avoid, move above, go beyond the existential threats that we face today. I'm happy to introduce Jim Garrison, who is going to moderate the panel. Hi, Jim. Who's going to moderate the panel of experts that are here to talk about how this issue relates to what their constituencies are concerned about or what they know in terms of their knowledge about it. And Jim is a person with tremendous experience as a global convener. He's perfect to lead this discussion. And he will explain to you who the people are and what's going to happen. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Sarah. And thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to be part of this extraordinary day in the global calendar. I've been sitting here since the broadcast began, just marveling at the reality that this is our second Global Disclosure Day. And I want to bring in two aspects that were present at the original Global Disclosure Day on October 20th, 2024, when Bertie Jaworski and Katie Amron came up with the idea, and we began to plan with only 5 weeks to go, that October 20th was that day that had been designated by the original legislation by which the government agencies and the contracting corporations had to turn over all their information about UFOs, as Danny mentioned, since January 1, 1945. Now, we realized that there was an opportunity here in the spirit of Earth Day to convene an awareness and a gathering around the world to celebrate what I think all of us understand is the most momentous event possibly in all of human history. The awareness that we are not alone. And so Global Disclosure Day has been conceived as an intention to celebrate this extraordinary moment in human history, like Earth Day, which is now just part of the global calendar of events. It is our sincere hope that Global Disclosure Day will become one of those commemorations each year that all of humanity embraces. And while Earth Day was about our relationship to the Earth, Global Disclosure Day is about our relationship to the cosmos. And I think this leads to the second impulse, which I want to bring in because I think the formation of the Citizens for Disclosure groups was really the first time in this historical momentum of disclosure where citizen activism, pressing for disclosure, was initiated and took shape. I think that that is probably the most important single ingredient in the disclosure process. This is way more than just the government, my friends, as important as the government thinks it is, and in fact is in many ways. The people of the world, Citizens for Disclosure, worldwide, is now gaining a momentum that both short-term and long-term will perhaps exert as greater influence on disclosure than anything that has come up to the present point. So it's in that spirit that I would like to initiate this discussion and to invite our panelists. We have quite a few. We'd like to invite first Congressional Representative Mr. Burlison, who's been very active in the UAP disclosure movement in the U.S. Congress, and in fact chairs the task force that's designed for carrying this forward. Ross Coulthart, easily the premier journalist in the world from Australia, dealing with matters of unidentified anomalous phenomena and disclosure politics, not only in the United States, but globally. Kirk McConnell, who you saw previously, who has deep experience in the U.S. Congress, particularly on the Senate side through the Armed Services Committee, and deeply involved in the disclosure process from really the beginning after 2017. Richard Dolan, who was just part of the delightful conversation with Carl Nell, the great historian of the UFO movement. Anna Brady-Estevez, who worked for many years with the National Science Foundation and now is the founder and CEO of American Deep Tech and is exploring all things extraterrestrial in space and many dimensions of what that implies. Danny Sheehan will be back, the president of the New Paradigm Institute, who's been involved actively since the late 70s in this domain and has gathered a deep experience from the legal and political point of view about these matters. Reed Summers is passionate about allies for humanity, and he has been carrying on with his father Marshall, a very specific awareness campaign that has enlightened people around the world. Chris Bledsoe, who is an experiencer, I would say, par excellence, maybe the most studied experiencer in the world by the intelligence communities and the academic communities and the space communities. It's really been an extraordinary journey that Chris has been on. And Randy Hayes, who's the founder of the Rainforest Action Network and is now involved as the executive director of Foundation Earth. And then finally, Jesse Michaels, who you all know, he's the convener of American Alchemy, one of the most popular podcasts in this domain of unidentified anomalous phenomena and extraordinary science and phenomenology. We're going to be dividing the next 90 minutes into three aspects around three questions. First, we're going to be discussing what is the current status of disclosure. You just heard Carl and Richard discuss whether we're at the end of a disclosure cycle. Are we not at the end of a disclosure cycle? What is actually going on in terms of disclosure? Then secondly, we're going to discuss what would be revealed if disclosure happened. What's been hidden and what needs to come to the light of day. And then thirdly, we want to ponder the deeper question: who are these beings? What's actually going on here as humanity comes into contact with technologically advanced non-human intelligences in an incontrovertible way, around which, as Carl Nell put it the most concisely, there's zero doubt. So let's begin with Eric Burlison on the question of where we're at in terms of disclosure. Congressman, we're delighted that you're with us today. And why don't you start off, and then we're going to have Kirk McConnell comment, and then Danny Sheehan, and then we'll open it up for about 30 minutes or so, and then we'll segue to the next question, and then we'll evolve our way toward the closure. So Eric Burlison, give us an update from the U.S. Congress as to the current state of disclosure.
Thank you, everybody. And it's good to see so many friendly faces and people that I've come to know over the last couple of years in this journey down the rabbit hole, if you will. I really felt that it's my job to take this seriously, particularly when we had pilots and other people that were consistently coming forward and expressing concerns. And so to me, I feel like what was lacking is a serious investigation or a serious attempt to actually get to the bottom of it. And so that's kind of what my approach has been. Been heads down on it for the last year or so. And particularly after I saw the first, or was part of the first hearing with David Grush, I became aware, just from the private sector coming in to, the way Congress works, became just frustrated with the focus and attention of the people the staff that we were relying on, particularly staff that were, in some cases, we would be in meetings and they would giggle and walk out of the room when this topic would come up. And so, it's unfortunate, but became abundantly clear to me that we needed to have staff that understood the intelligence community and how to navigate that system, and then B, that actually wanted to, felt the same desire and wanted to get to the bottom of this, that I do, and that others on the committee do as well. And so that's why I had pushed for David Grush, for someone that like him to be hired. The committee did not accept, the committee staff did not accept that. So I basically bent over backwards to try to figure out how to navigate a way in which to bring him onto my team, and so that we could at least have some level of senior consulting as we investigate this topic. And he has been a tremendous asset to me and everybody else on the committee. And so because he was not hired by the committee staff and hired by me, he has to consult me. He's not allowed to be basically an extra employee for the committee. So that's how we've kind of had to navigate that, but I think it's been very productive. I felt like in our journey, where we're at is we had the last hearing. I think that most of the people that are going to come forward have come forward at this point. We've shaken the tree, brought forward a lot of the people that are willing to talk. And I think it's abundantly clear, and I said this in the hearing, that it's now time for action. So, which is why I aggressively was pursuing trying to get the UAP, the UAP Disclosure Act onto the National Defense Authorization Act. Unfortunately, and the reason why I was angry at that hearing that, which I felt was in the scope, remained to deemed not germane by the Rules Committee staff, not the chair or staff or the elected official, but by staff on the Rules Committee. It goes to the Senate, and because the staff in the Senate don't really want it to be on, it's not a priority, despite the fact that Senator Rounds wanted that to be on, and they did not allow him to get that on. It went to the floor, and I would say that the reason why Chuck Schumer was not able to get it on is because, why would you cooperate with Chuck Schumer when he's in the middle of having a very controversial moment where he's not cooperating or willing to negotiate when it comes to the government shutdown. So the sentiment and the attitude in the Senate is, why would we give this guy a favor? So unfortunately, that's the dynamics. I became extremely frustrated with leadership whenever this amendment was not allowed to go on the bill, to the point that I was not going to support the underlying bill, and they needed my vote. I pressed them and I told them why I was withholding my vote. And at that time, I got a level of commitment from the majority leader and the floor leader that if we were able to get that bill out of committee, that they would put it on the floor for a vote. To which I think, if it does come to the floor for a vote, I think it passes, because this is something that has meant, as it has been mentioned many times, is bipartisan in nature. There are a new number of Republicans who support this, and just as many, probably as a percentage, of Democrats that support it as well. So I think that there's a reason why staff have been difficult to work with, and difficult to actually get them engaged in this topic. And look, the motivation for most staff, unfortunately, and Kirk has an insight because he was a former Senate staffer, but many of the House staff seem to be focused on their next job. And this is not a topic, and delving into this topic is not something that puts you in a position to get promoted or to move on to a lobbyist job. I'm just speaking what my thoughts are, and why we seem to have a lack of appetite to do something. Where my focus is now is my focus is to continue to try to get that amendment through as a standalone bill, and I'm working with Danny Sheehan on this to get that through the committee structure. That will be probably the biggest hurdle, which means that we can focus our political capital on the chair, which I think that the chair would probably be Mike Rogers, and that would be under his purview, and probably under intelligence, which would be under Rick Crawford, and there may be a component that Jim Jordan has an involvement with. But that's narrowing the number of people that we would have to focus on in order to make movement happen. And so the fact that leadership has said, you get it out of committee, we will give it a vote on the floor, that's a strong indicator. And really, we just have to get the bill to that place so we can hold their feet to that commitment. In the background, I will say, we had a lot of the witnesses that came forward, and during this whole investigation, for me, this last almost year and a half or more, I've spoken with so many people, and in the course of this have taken lots of notes. I have lots of names of individuals that I'm going to be reaching out to. These are people that are obviously not coming forward voluntarily, but we're trying to make soft contact. I'm trying to make soft contact to just at least have a conversation in a non-official capacity, hoping to be able to get more information, and then eventually hoping to get more people to come forward in an official capacity. But the people I'm focusing on are people that have been reported to be a part of the legacy programs. And so that is my effort. I have some meetings with people within this administration's leadership that are coming up, that are going to be key meetings, because I think that this White House, this president, Donald Trump, is a disclosure president. And I think that as long as we elevate this topic and make it important and make it clear that the American people want disclosure, I think that that Trump is probably apt to do that. I think that it's probably a topic that is lower in his priorities as other things. So our job is just to make it a top priority for the president. And really appreciate all of the work that you're doing. I'm a big fan of Ross's work and Jesse's work as well. And I really appreciate everything. Richard Dolan and I, um, and so it's always good to hear Sheehan over the last asset to me, has come to my office patiently and counseled me multiple times. And then Anna and Chris Bledsoe, really appreciate your efforts in this as well. You've been tremendous to work with. And so if anything, I will say it's been when people ask me about this topic, I say, well, it's never boring. It's never boring. But I will say the other aspect of this is that look, people ask me all the time, do you like your job? Do you like being a member of Congress? And I'll be honest, the first couple of years were pretty miserable. It is not the glamorous job people think that it is. I travel 20 hours a week just to get there and back home and sleep in my office. And so a lot of times it's very frustrating because you can't get a whole lot done. But it has been this journey that when people ask me, do you enjoy it? When I hear that, I think about this topic, and yes, I am enjoying it. And most of that enjoyment has been getting to know many of you within the UAP or UFO community. And so with that, I will yield to the rest of the group.
Thank you, Congressman. It's so delightful to hear what you're saying and to know that we have a real ally with you in Congress. So thank you so much. I think we'll turn quickly to Kirk on the Senate side to get his assessment of what Congressman Burlison was just updating us about on the House side. And then Danny, will turn to you for your comment on the legislation that you're working with Burlison's office to get through the committee. Kirk?
Yes, thanks. First, let me say that I'm greatly encouraged by Mr. Burlison's comments. He's a politician. He has a way better sense of having his finger on the pulse of the Congress and the nation than I do. I will also say that I respectfully don't agree with my friend Carl Nell. I don't think that we have to be so discouraged by the defeat of the UAPDA for the third time. I think there's a lot of reasons for hope that this issue is not going to be in a significant down cycle, and that's what I certainly hope. As we've seen from Mr. Burlison, there is certainly a lot of energy in the House among members of the Oversight Committee, and that in itself is encouraging. I hope that what I'm about to say is not true, but I think it might be, and I definitely feel that this is maybe the case in the Senate. That maybe we have a problem that there's not been quite enough of what members in the Senate would say are firsthand sources with direct involvement in the legacy program. If looking back on history, my sense is that Congress undertakes these really historically important investigations when it is broadly clear that there's there that and they know kind of what the outcome is be, at least in its broad strokes. You think about Watergate, the Church Pike committees, Iran-Contra. All of these are examples where Congress was finally moved to not take no for an answer and to just go full speed and full depth into exhaustive investigations when they knew that it had to be done and that there was a pony at the end. There was something very significant at the end of the process. I have been getting this feedback as well from folks I worked with in the Senate that there needs to be more firsthand witnesses. And how do you encourage that? I think we also hear that there's quite a number of other people out there that could come forward. Their concern, though, is, as we've seen, they feel that there's not by any means sufficient whistleblower protections, and that despite the existence of protections in the law on paper, that really doesn't get at the problem, and that they're fearful of losing their careers, their security clearances, which translates into their careers, and that they're going to suffer immense legal expenses and perhaps legal jeopardy. So I think whistleblower protection is extremely important. That said, it's really hard to get whistleblower protections passed in Congress. And so you have a kind of catch-22 and I think that's the kind of problem that needs to be overcome incrementally. So I also would say that it's obvious that Congress is heavily influenced by public opinion, of course, and it's really important to keep up the pressure. But that in turn, the public is motivated by what they see in the news and what they hear about from experts, and therefore, that's another dependency here. But on that score, one of our panelists here, Dr. Anna Brady-Estevez, I loved when she, with a bright smile on her face, has said repeatedly that in a sense, disclosure has already happened or is certainly happening. A significant fraction of the population believes that we are being visited by non-human intelligence, and that this belief is only likely to grow. The scientific community is much more friendly to this issue than in the past. I would also say that the UAP or NHI itself gets a vote here, and they drive a lot of this. How much interaction are they going to? How much are they going to expose what they're doing and what they're doing here? And yet at the same time, we've got an awful lot of people out there now with the ability to and the interest in detecting and tracking and trying to document what is happening out there. You think about efforts like the Galileo Project, Gary Nolan at Saul and Stanford, Beatriz Villarreal and the astrophysics community, and many others are tracking fundamental aspects of this problem. And a number of scientists and engineers working on new physics concepts to explain UAP characteristics and behavior is unprecedented. You think about Skywatcher as another example of a private initiative. There's also the experiencer community, the people who have had actual direct interactions, and certainly a large number of folks who report abduction experiences, who retain the ability to communicate with NHI. This can be used and is very likely to be used or exploited to gain insight into physics and intentions and so forth. So I'm actually on the optimistic side. I think with work and perseverance of groups like this, we can continue to amp up the interest and the pressure on the part of the American people, and that will translate into action by the government. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Danny Sheehan, give us an update on what you and Congressman Burlison are preparing for the committee, because it strikes me at least that this may be our one way through for this year, if we can pull it off. So give us an update on the actual work that's being done.
Well, this is great. gang, because I wasn't sure I was going to be able to talk about this today, but that the congressman has informed you that Congressman Burlison has resolved that he is going to be willing to place a standalone bill into the House of Representatives. This is extraordinarily important because it provides a focus for all of the citizens around the country to focus on a particular objective, to get this particular statute through the committees that it has to go through in the House in order to get onto the floor of the House. This is extraordinarily important. That's the first thing that I want to chat about a bit. The second thing I want to point out in response to what Kirk, what you've been saying, is that the reality is that our institute, the Romero Institute, that is the sponsor for the New Paradigm Institute, was directly involved in both the Watergate exposures and the Iran-Contra exposures. The fact is that you're talking about wanting to make sure that there was a there, that the Congress was reluctant to move until it knew that there was a there. The there that got put forth in the Watergate case, of course, was the testimony of James McCord. James McCord was one of the Watergate burglars who provided the letter to Judge Sirica, laying out in detail the names of all the people involved and how it led directly to the president at that time. That's what triggered the whole kind of downslide, which of course was then assisted by the access to the Watergate tapes. And it turns out that I was actually in the law firm of F. Lee Bailey that represented James McCord, that actually helped get him to write the letter to Judge Sirica to force Congress to have to come to grips with the fact that there is a there. Now, the same thing is true with the Iran-Contra case. In the Iran-Contra case, the Congress, and both the Senate and the House, were doing everything in the world they could to try to avoid coming to grips with the fact that everybody in town knew that the Reagan-Bush administration were supplying military equipment to the Contras in complete violation of the Dolan Amendment. But it was our institute that, in fact, got the witnesses and started to assemble them and bring them under oath in a major lawsuit under the Federal Criminal Racketeering Act to confront Congress with the fact that this was true. And we, in fact, met with members of the House, met with Tip O'Neill directly, personally, and then met with the people over on the Senate side to get a special select committee appointed, which was headed up by John Kerry, okay, and started delivering all of that information, hand delivering that information to Jack Blum, who was his major investigator, to the point where they couldn't avoid it anymore. Okay, that's what we have to do here. And Kirk is giving us that advice directly as a 24-year senior staff member in the House Armed Services Committee, saying, look, this is the kind of thing that you need to do. And we know, for example, that Jay Stratton, who was the head of the Advanced Weapons Special Access Program in the United States Pentagon, has in fact now publicly stated in a documentary that is getting ready to be released. The documentary that Dan Hara has produced called Age of Disclosure, Jay Stratton there says directly that he has personally been in the presence of an acknowledged non-human origin extraterrestrial spacecraft and the beings, the non-human beings that were recovered from a spacecraft. He has said that now, okay? And the United States Senate now knows that he's going to say that. And so that what we've got to do is get the United States Senate or the House of Representatives under Congressman Burlison in that task force of the House Oversight Committee to get Jay Stratton to come in under oath and make that statement directly to Congress. And we have the bill that Congressman Burlison is going to be introducing. We've been asked directly, our New Paradigm Institute, to work on the actual content of that bill. So we are extremely close now to having a coalescence of major factual information and procedural standing to get something to happen here. So that I think that we all have to agree with Richard Dolan and with Kirk that there is a lot of reason to be optimistic now, not to be compelled by Carl Nell to think that, oh, the cycle is over and it's going to take another decade to go. And now, finally, in my opening statement, I just want to say this to the panel. I say, let's remember who Carl Nell is. I mean, Carl Nell has just come in front of you and told you a series of extraordinarily interesting concessions. He keeps on saying over and over again that the best informed people, even the people watching this, the almost 500 people that are watching this, they know what the truth is. They realize what the truth is. The problem is getting other people to come to understand what the truth is. What is he telling us the truth is? He's telling us that we are, in fact, in possession of one or more non-human origin extraterrestrial spacecraft and the bodies of the non-human beings who were in those craft. He's telling us that, okay? And he's telling us what we need to do about that, okay? He is a guy who was on the UAP task force in the United States Pentagon. He is a fellow who was a high-level executive in the Lockheed Martin Corporation that has one of those craft. Okay, this is an extraordinarily important person that you've just listened to in the discussion with Richard. Okay, and he's telling us this stuff. And the fact of the matter is, he's telling the Senate that, and he's willing to tell the Congress that. So he's willing to come, I'm sure, in front of Congressman Burlison's committee and testify to this. These are important things for us to keep in mind as the citizens who are working now to get Congressman Burlison's bill passed in the House. It isn't absolutely necessary to have gotten it inserted into the National Defense Authorization Act, even though that would have been an easy procedure. But the fact of the matter is, as long as we have a standalone bill that in fact really requires the full revelation of what's going on, that will be important. And one thing in closing, you'll note that what Carl was telling you is that the Senate bill that was drafted, the Schumer-Rounds bill, was in fact crafted to basically attempt to continue the efforts that were undertaken by Truman in establishing MJ-12 to keep this under control. That's really what it was. Ross has talked about that repeatedly in his reality check show. It's important to understand that. So what we have the opportunity to do here now is to modify that act to get it so that it doesn't have that objective, that it really has the objective of securing full yet responsible disclosure, and also preparing our country and our planet to accept this reality and to be able to adjust to the reality that they're talking about. So these are all important things that I want to get put in front of us as we kick off our panel discussion here to try to determine, what you think the chances are that we can succeed in doing this. So I'd like to turn to both Ross and to Anna Brady-Estevez. I know, Anna, that you got things you have to do here today too, but I'd like to get Ross's input on this right away, and then move right to Anna, if we can, to have our panel move into this discussion. Go ahead, Ross.
Thank you, Danny. And can I first say I'm so impressed that we've got 500 people listening to a meeting like this. It shows the depth of interest. I'm not at all pessimistic. In fact, I'm a lot more optimistic now than I was even a few months ago. I do feel that the failure of the UAPDA to pass in the defence bill was almost inevitable. There are clearly people in the Senate, and I think one of the most disturbing aspects of Colonel Carnell's address to us earlier was the fact that he's acknowledging, there are key people in the Senate, key political representatives in the Senate who are aware of the legacy program, but who are presumably colluding in continuing to try to cover it up, even though there isn't the proper accountability to Congress. But where I take heart and where I'm optimistic, and this is one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet, is there is an ongoing FBI investigation. And I've been talking to some of the principal investigators in that investigation, and they're doing good work, very rigorous work to investigate possible breaches of federal laws. I'm aware also of the interest not only of Kash Patel's FBI, but also of Tulsi Gabbard at DNI, Director of National Intelligence. It's very important that we have the National Intelligence czar on side. And I'm cautiously optimistic that arms of executive government, including the Trump administration, the White House itself, are taking a much more active interest in this subject than is being publicly disclosed. I do think President Trump wants to be a disclosure president. And the one question, this is also something else that hasn't been mentioned yet, although I noted Kirk acknowledged that it's an issue what the NHI are thinking and what they're doing. The one thing that I'm cognizant of, and I think we should take seriously, and it's still a question mark in my mind, is agreements. When I interviewed David Grush, he couldn't talk in detail because of the limitations of his DOPSA, his Defence Office Pre-Publication Security Review, but he did acknowledge the existence of agreements, some kind of undertaking between representatives of planet Earth, humans, and non-human intelligence. A mind-blowing concept, but is there, and this is a residual question in my mind, is there some kind of an agreement that is restraining executive government from telling the public the truth? I sincerely hope that's not the case. But in terms of broad feedback, Danny and everyone, I'm cautiously optimistic. I know there's a lot going on. I'm heartened by the degree of public interest. As a journalist, I've never in my long career had the degree of interest. I receive maybe 10 to 50,000 messages, emails a week. I can't possibly deal with the volume of interest that I'm getting. News Nation, the network that I work with, have very kindly supported the work that I'm doing because they recognize, frankly, that there's a huge audience.
Right.
So I'm cautiously optimistic.
Great.
Good. Thank you. Let me focus the conversation, and thank you, Danny, because I think we need to broaden it now to what will be revealed when disclosure happens. Because I think that's really what's up. The machinations of the government are one thing. The growing momentum of the people's activism is another thing. The fact that the cat is out of the bag at so many different levels, as Ross was just saying. So, and as someone who's been involved with the NSF and now with space exploration, what do you think will be revealed when disclosure takes place?
Thank you for asking. So I actually also had on my list, Ross, agreements and accords. So I think I had it written as accords. So kind of what types of relationships, are there with these sources, with be they NHI, whatever those agreements may or may not take place with, because I've heard there are some of those as well. And it would make sense that there would be, right? So I think with regards to disclosure, I mean, I'm very interested in the technology side, the relationship side, the outcomes, seeing the outcomes, ensuring that we've got, robust engagement, robust processes. But I think in terms of the framing of disclosure, which I think is a great word, and, so many of the people here have done such tremendous work with it. When I think of disclosure, it's so, and here this has been happening. It's kind of this release of a secret is the way the word disclosure sounds to me, as opposed to an ongoing stream of information and visibility and transparency that so many of us want. So I would say that everybody's done an amazing job at those early stages of, as we said, this isn't a secret. It's not an open secret. It's very much out there. And to be frank, as I've said before, I'm very, very interested in this. I mean, when I was in government, so I was a program director at the National Science Foundation, leading a number of portfolios, including energy, digital assets with some AI, and the third largest space portfolio nationally. I also saw that there was just an opportunity to have so many meetings on this. So I actually had well over 100 meetings, and conversations on this while in my government role. I was very much, some of those we made public. So I was astounded at, Ross, just like you're saying, the level of enthusiasm. I mean, it was the highest level of enthusiasm as well in government with the innovators, the people responsible for innovation. We actually had, we called it Space Disruptors Day, and we co-chaired a meeting with leaders out of NASA, Space Force, Air Force, DOE, DHHS, NSF, and SBA. So I would just say the National Science Foundation was so forward on this. The people that I worked with at SBA were tremendously forward. So just the enthusiasm, and I would say, I would just mark the contrast of in any field of technology, and this goes for in the government, it also goes in the private sector, there are things that are commercially, you sign NDAs and then you can't talk about them, right? I mean, this movie that's being brought up, The Age of Disclosure, which everybody loves, I was invited to it at a conference that I didn't go to. It actually hasn't been disclosed because people weren't allowed to talk about it. So here you have something that, I hope that comes out immediately. I've heard it's amazing, but when you get 30 or 40 of the top people to speak and then they can't be heard what they said for 3 years, that's, even like commercial projects that people love, that doesn't achieve disclosure. So there's both normal commercial reasons people don't talk about things, and then from a defense standpoint, there are constraints, and that's on terrestrially, let's call them much more mundane technologies. There are many people who have not signed such non-disclosures. They do not rely on security clearances to do their work. So I think that those who have served their country, in many of these programs and in their very tremendous capacities, we'd love to hear more about that, but there are a lot of people who have experience or openness who are not subject to those same constraints. So I would say that that's a tremendous opportunity. We were blown away by the level of interest of scientists. And I think that we very much turned the corner where it's become, in terms of the highly innovative fields, it is seen as it would be an awkward behavior to try to pretend something where there's opportunity for the unknown. So people are trending that it's actually safer to be open-minded as opposed to state you're closed-minded on something that, how would one ever assert that there's not life off planet? I mean, there's life everywhere we look here. I do think, however, that this is, I believe we're in the age of discernment, and I really appreciate that Sarah, and action. So I really appreciate that Sarah spoke so well in terms of the age of discernment. And, when I think about what the government and the private sector has done, or what they haven't done, I also think about how has the phenomenon presented itself, and I know Chris has seen this on such an ongoing basis. I've seen quite a lot of it myself and spoken with many people who have seen a lot of it, or individual interesting situations. And from the pattern recognition as a scientist, what I see is the way it presents is highly variable, but it is often not overbearing. So, I guess what I would say is there's that when something's disclosed, then there's the opportunity to decide how much do you want to participate and is it meaningful to you? So I think that discernment of what is this? What do you do with this? And there's plenty of misinformation as well. I think scientists and investors are very well prepared to deal with misinformation because that's very common in markets, in all competition. And scientists and investors, we need to be ready to be right, but we need to be ready to be wrong as well. So this standard of needing to know exactly what it is, we never have that in any field of technology. We never have that in forward-looking investment. So I think in terms of lowering the bar for information sharing, because the more we share observations, the more that we're going to see. I have heard that, and it does very much appear that some of these observations are kind of like a technological show and tell of maybe you want to pay attention to this, maybe you want to reverse engineer this. That's a very normal thing for a scientist or an engineer to do. So I do think there's tremendous opportunity really to just build off a broad body of experience. So I'd like to see, what is meaningful for people. So some examples. We talk about
Anna, I
Yeah.
think we've got
Yeah,
a
perfect.
limited time here. I really appreciate it. But what we're trying to focus on here, what it is that people think is going to be revealed if there's disclosure. What is that's going to happen? So you might ask, Kirk, in your activities inside the Senate Armed Services Committee and in dialogue with the Intelligence Committee over on the Senate side, are you able to tell us what it is based just on what you've heard and what you find credible? What is it that would be revealed if, in fact, everything that our government knows about and has done would be revealed? What is your judgment about what is there?
You're on mute.
We got.
So I hope it's useful products, Danny. I would like useful products that improve our lives and solutions.
Yes, I do appreciate that. Yeah,
Danny, I'm just going to say that I don't know. It's so
what have they told you?
difficult.
What have the witnesses said? What have the witnesses said that there's like almost 40 people that have come in and talked to the Senate Intelligence Committee and taken depositions? That what is it you're able to tell us they have said would be revealed?
Well, it depends on who you want to believe, but they, according to some, they would be willing to tell us about the nature of the NHI, the multiple species of non-human intelligence that are known. They would be able to explain the physics, at least to some extent, because of they've had multiple crashes and crash retrievals and reverse engineering activities. But how far that extends, like how successful has reverse engineering activities been? I don't know, because I don't think we've had definitive views from enough sources to answer that with any confidence.
All right. Well, that's helpful. That's getting us in the right direction here. Richard.
Danny? Yeah, I hope it's not inappropriate if I just jump in very quickly.
No, yeah, go ahead. Tell us.
It's an interesting question, what would be revealed, but I would rather personally ask what can be revealed. And I say this because we're dealing with a phenomenon that has many, many, many layers of truth that go into it. Like when you see, if we record a highly unusual UAP that can zigzag or instantly accelerate, we know, okay, that's very bizarre. That's got unusual physics, but there's obviously a lot behind it. There's an infrastructure behind that. As Anna Brady-Estevez implied, there are potential agreements behind this. So there's a lot that can be revealed, and there's a lot of red lines of disclosure. So I'll just offer a few red lines that could be revealed. The primary one that's staring us right in the face right now, that has not been crossed yet, but we've come close, is that the U.S. government could acknowledge the recovery and, let's say, study of non-human technology, and we'll say biologics, from either UAP crash retrievals or hand-me-downs or what have you. So that's a major red line, because that means admitting the United States government has been secretly studying this for decades, has been lying to the public, to the world, to other nations about this for a very long time. That is culpability in probably what we could call the greatest conspiracy of all time, very likely, with implications for technology, energy, and less frankly, understanding reality itself. But there are other red lines that could, in theory, be revealed. We don't know how deep this goes, but let me just throw a few possibilities out there, because they're also staring us in the face. How about knowledge of an ET presence, including abductions? So not just we've recovered their stuff, but they've gone far away. We don't know where they are, but no, they're actually here. And oh yes, we believe they take people and study them and put things inside them. That is a real possibility. Okay. The fact that we've studied ET technology would mean we possess ET technology, which means we've been working on reverse engineering this. How far does that go? How does that factor into an alleged secret space program? How does that relate to, here's another red line, the scale of illegal or even criminal activity, including corporate or financial actors, to either hide this information from the public, profit from this information from the public, or utilize it in ways that we have no control over. That's an important public policy issue. Here's another thing that could come out. How much money has gone into this? We spent, what, $10 trillion in Iraq over the last couple of decades? What's gone into this? I don't know if it's as much, if it's less, if it's more, but that's an interesting question that could be asked. It goes deeper. I study UAP sightings every year all the time. It is my firm belief that there are thousands, many thousands of good, excellent sightings worldwide that happen every year. Most of them do not get recorded. We have a few recording means in North America, MUFON, the National UFO Reporting Center, maybe a few others. But this is worldwide, and I think we're into tens of thousands of probable good sightings. So the question would be, what about these other beings? Is there, if there's an ongoing alien presence, what do we know about this large-scale operation that clearly is important to them? It's something that they're spending a great amount of their time, energy, their version of money on this. It matters to them. Are there permanent or semi-permanent bases that they operate out of, whether under the ground, in the oceans, who knows where? Do we know about this? What if there was a base that was 10 miles from your house? It gets kind of personal then. Well, it's probably 10 miles from someone's house. I mean, unless it's at the bottom of the Puerto Rico Trench, maybe that's the case. But nonetheless, that is a potential bit of information, in theory, that could come out. It goes deeper than that. Has there been, I mean, we're getting into invasion of the body snatchers territory here, but it is a legit question to ask. If I were doing counterintelligence for the U.S. government, I'd want to know about infiltration possibilities. Is there influence, whether directly or indirectly, that they wield within our world? Don't know. And is that influence supposed to help us or to undermine us? Like, these are legitimate questions that should be asked. That's just for starters.
You're the right guy.
Whether that will happen or not, but they're sitting out there, staring at us.
Yeah.
Whether or not we can address them or get that in this iteration of the disclosure process, very likely not. I mean, I know that as well as anyone. But these are potential questions, and all of them, or many of them, I should say, give a culpability to the U.S. government that probably is not good for the U.S. government.
Well,
this is why Carl.
I would say the red line one on crash retrievals, I think, has been addressed by a number of folks from the U.S. government. And certainly one of the entrepreneurs that I funded revealed that he was in a crash retrieval program. So,
yeah, well, yeah. That's one that's
a big
clearly one. Right in front looking at us.
That's right.
We just haven't had an acknowledgement from an official USG source, but it is very, that's why we've come close to that one. Lou Elizondo has come with that.
I think that would, I think that counts. And then in terms of the number of experiences, Chris, I don't want to put a number, but is yours over 1,000? So I think it's millions worldwide if I were to estimate. I've seen some estimates of millions.
Let's move quickly to Reed. I saw your hand go up quickly, Reed. Then we'll go over to Chris to get.
Before Reed, may I mention one more thing? I'm
Yes.
sorry, and then I'm out.
No, you're good. Stay here with us.
I'll just say one thing that I was hoping could practically come out. There's been a lot of talk now about the OSAP relationship of OSAP to Lockheed Martin and the CIA. And the name Glenn Gaffney has come up many times in his relationship of this. So it seems pretty evident that OSAP was probably founded not to study UFOs or anything like this, but to facilitate a transfer of UAP tech from Lockheed Martin to Robert Bigelow, and that this was stopped not once but twice by the CIA, by an officer named Glenn Gaffney. Now, to me, this is an obvious hearing with subpoenas that is begging to be asked for, including Glenn Gaffney, including Robert Bigelow, including Lou Elizondo, who knows about this, and I would even say Mike Gold, who worked in this realm. He was a hearing witness over a year ago. These are people who seem to know about this, and we're talking major implications here that ought to be discussed publicly in much more detail with actual facts. This is an explosive topic, again, that's just sitting right in front of us. This is low-hanging fruit. Thanks.
Great. All right, Reed, and then Chris.
Yep, thank you all. Just want to acknowledge this is a definitely a forward-leaning conversation in the discourse, and I appreciate the willingness to center some controversy not just on human factors, but what I would call non-human factors, NH factors, which are, I would say, certainly at play here. The government, in my view, has a lot, but not all. And the NHI presence might have predominantly engaged with citizens. And that's why we need the testimonial record as one of the pillars of the evidential basis for assessing the intent of the phenomenon. If we expect the government has it all, I think they have a lot. They could blow it open, but they can't necessarily provide a truly clear picture. After all, we're talking about one government, the US government. What about the Chinese government, the Russian government, the Brazilian government, et cetera? And so when we expand our kind of lens on this from just this highly focalized, very fixated desire to get USG confirmation of UAP existence, NHI existence, maybe expand that to the defense community, the military agencies. We need to expand it even further. And I would say here there's really 4 layers to disclosure. There's citizen disclosure, which is underneath government, and that's what citizens know based on firsthand experiences of the phenomenon and physical NHI-initiated encounters with the phenomenon. So that, to me, that's the bottom of the pyramid. That's what provides the greatest basis for assessment, because now you're understanding where the phenomenon has penetrated the world most deeply and made its most intimate form of contact with the human species in the form of these direct physical encounters. Above that is government, ours and others, but above that even is NHI disclosure, the potential that those NHI present in the Earth system could undertake an act of a declaration of presence at any time with any degree of accuracy or deception present. And then in addition, an exopolitical potential form of disclosure where non-human intelligence that is not physically here could send either a technological signal, a communique, a craft inbound to the Earth, and could shape human perception either accurately or deceptively. So I think the contents of disclosure, we need to expand out of just what the USG has and what it has done to account for the whole picture.
Right now, Chris, you were one of the people here unique to our particular gathering here today, who has direct communication with some of the non-human entities, and could tell us what you think first. What the United States government, you've had very intimate contact with some very high-level people in the government, perhaps not unique to this panel, because I know that, for example, Ross, I know that you have excellent sources, and I know, Richard, that you've had lots of conversations off the record with people, and I know, of course, Kirk, you've been inside some of these discussions. But what is it that you believe from what your contact you've had with some of the high-level
Danny,
government officials?
Danny, I'm sorry. I thought I was the moderator.
I'm sorry. I just saw Chris sitting up there looking like he needed this. Go ahead. You got it, Jimmy.
I'm sorry, guys. I was asked to be the moderator,
yes,
and it's actually quite disrespectful to have someone just break in and take over like this, even though Danny's a very close friend of mine.
Okay.
But I just want to regain control, and thank you, Danny. And I'd like to bring us to the final question, and that is that what's really going on? Richard has talked about many of the things that could be revealed. Ross Reed has talked about the various categories of disclosure. Ross brought up that there may be an agreement between the government and the NHI not to disclose. So we're in a very complicated situation. And the question that we need to ponder in the next 20 minutes before we close, and I'd like Chris to start, and then I'd like to turn to Randy. Chris, what do you believe is actually going on? I mean, as you experience this phenomenon probably more intimately than certainly anyone on this panel, from the inside out, as it were, what in your judgment is actually going on?
Well, that's a big question, Jim. I think there's multiple layers of things based on my research with government and scientists and almost 20 years of doing this. I think there's levels of it, layers. But I focus more, Anna was saying earlier about having just this week, it's been clear for 3 nights. I took my big camera out and I downloaded 81 videos in 3 evenings tonight. Today I did it just before this. So I have 81 high-def videos. Just spending 3 hours this week under the stars. So I have personally seen 19 years ago, will be January the 8th, it'll be 19 years ago this happened. The amount of activity is going off the charts. And I called Richard about 5 years ago, or 6 years ago in 2019. Had something come out of the sky and say, we're going to start revealing ourselves to the public. Well, 5 years ago, nobody was filming this stuff. I mean, it was rare, right? You get a few videos. Well, now everybody's filming it. So it's doing just what it said it was going to do, and that's that it's going to reveal itself. And it's just making itself known to the world right now. And I'm very optimistic that it's going to change our consciousness. And I'm not so sure, did a spacecraft exist before we thought about it? I don't know that. I don't want to label any of this stuff. I stay very careful not to. I know how it interacts with me. But I think it's going to make itself known in a bigger way year after year until everybody knows it. And if the government doesn't give us any of their technological stuff, I don't blame them, because it's classified, and we don't want others getting their hands on it. So that's just my thought about it. But consciousness, it's raising our consciousness. It's changing. This thing's hooked to my thoughts. It knows our thoughts. It knows what you're going to do before you do it. You've seen it with me, Jim, a number of times. Anna too. And anybody can. Once you awaken to it and know that it's real, then it'll start engaging with you. So I think it's a whole new world. What I don't want to speculate on what it's going to be or what it's going to give us. I just know it's going to change our thought process and how we perceive reality. And I don't know. But it's definitely coming, and there's no stopping what's happening. It's just going to get brighter and bigger all around the world. And we're seeing it with these orbs over Europe and over New York or New Jersey coming out of the sea. So yeah, without taking too much time here, I hope I answered that question the best I can.
Yeah, I think it's thank you, Chris, because I think what you're basically saying is that there's a deep intention of what's happening.
Yeah.
That this is not random.
No, it's not
That
random.
they're showing up at a moment of duress for humanity.
Yeah, that's exactly
And so the
why.
question that we have to ponder as we bring this session to the beginnings of a close is what is the purpose for which they are here? Why are they showing up? And I want to just bring in something, and then I want to start with Randy, who can bring in the indigenous perspective, and then Ross, you and I have talked about it as well. From the beginning of the nuclear age, 1945, the ETs have been bound up with our nuclear weapons development, our nuclear power development. All the studies that have been conducted, John Mack, Catherine Martin, others that have tracked experiencers by the thousands around the world for the last 80 years, indicate almost universally a common theme for the interactivity between the non-human intelligences and the human intelligences, is that they've come out of concern that the human species is not comporting itself in a way that's in alignment with the planet or in alignment with each other. We're threatening each other with nuclear weapons. And as you all know, the threat of a nuclear exchange is higher now than at any time, including the Cuban Missile Crisis. And the drones are all over the world, particularly most recently in Europe, over military facilities. There's also concern about the destruction of the environment. So as we ponder Global Disclosure Day, we need to really ponder the deep intention for this moment in our evolutionary development in relationship to the larger cosmic scheme of things within which we find ourselves. So I'd like to start with Randy, and because Randy's had deep experience with Native American elders and shamans in the Southwest of North America. And then I'd like to turn to you, Ross, for your take on this, given the thousands of people you've talked with over many, many decades. And then to the degree to which we have time, we'll deepen our dive, because I think we're getting now to the nub of why the Global Disclosure Day is so important for humanity. So Randy, do you want to start? You're on mute.
Is it?
The disclosure effort's been largely focused on government agencies and military contractors and corporations, and understandably so, because they use a lot of our public funds and the public has the right to know. But as Chris knows, a lot of the disclosure is coming from the experiencers, and there's another genre of experiencers, and that has to do with indigenous peoples out there.
Absolutely.
And this all started for me back in 1973 when I ended up down in the Southwest and ended up becoming kind of secretary and chauffeur to the Hopi elders. The Hopi have been living in the Southwest for thousands of years, and their petroglyphs tell a story about nature and spirit, but they also, tell a story about technology and what they call the star people. And I've been up on the Black Mesa in those areas, and we've seen the lights hovering in the sky at night, and that's a regular occurrence over a lot of years and centuries, really, for the Hopi Navajo and people who live there. So there's a lot that they know and understand, and not just the Hopi, but other tribes around the world, like the Kogi and South America and whatnot. And they talked about, well before the building of an atomic bomb, they talked about the gourd full of hot ashes that would fall. And they have petroglyphs, and the petroglyphs down there, also one of them is known as kind of a humanity's life plan. petroglyph, and it's got 3 world wars on it. And the Third World War doesn't have to happen. It's drawn differently on the petroglyph. This petroglyph was supposedly drawn on the rock in around 1912 or so. But that third world doesn't have to happen if we can kind of unite technology and nature. And so part of what needs to be disclosed, what needs to come out from my perspective is, what is the understanding of science that can help us stop this onslaught against the biosphere? We need to change energy systems and agricultural systems, and we need to stop the destruction, to the planet. And so, what about what's the advancement of science over the last 50 years behind the scenes? What's in there that can help us, save a livable planet? So that's just where I'm coming from.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that the indigenous people have known this truth the whole time, and that it is only the Western world that is out of the loop.
I mean, I've been down
During the
there.
discussion.
I've been down there, Jim, and during the ceremonies and the rain dances, and it rains. This is not magic. This is an understanding of cutting edge science that the Hopi understand. And that's what shamanism is really largely about. So that understanding of science, our quantum physicists are just coming up with this stuff and catching up to what indigenous peoples have known and practiced over years. And I believe that they have stuff that they would want to disclose when they think that we in the Western world or in the industrial world are mature enough to understand it. And one of the best things we could do to show them that we're gaining that maturity would be to get our governments and corporations to disclose. So this disclosure day and this disclosure movement, the citizens' effort is fundamentally important and could help bring out even further information from the indigenous peoples.
Good, thank you. Now, Ross, you've been talking to people for a very long time. What do you think is actually going on?
Well, Jim, just to echo, firstly, Randy's profound insights about, petroglyphs depicting world wars, including one that hasn't happened yet. I think I sense from so many of the people that I talk to, including in government, there is a genuine concern among the NHI about our playing with weapons that we do not understand. A lot of them, of course, are the thermonuclear weapons that we know about, but sadly, there are other weapons that I know the United States is working on. And I noticed the president alluded multiple times this year, including most recently in Tel Aviv, to the fact that the United States has weapons technology that the world is not yet aware of. And I think that there's an extremely strong likelihood, I'm speculating here because of course I don't have direct knowledge, but I think there's an extremely strong likelihood that a highly advanced civilization is concerned about us primitive monkeys playing with matches, and that we are perhaps working with technology that we've retrieved from non-human technology and we don't quite know what we're doing with them. I've been told that the United States has developed quite advanced weaponry, particularly plasma beam technology, that might in part have been inspired by what they've seen or recovered from non-human technology. I think also, just to add the concern of NHI with what humanity is doing, there's also a very deliberate lifting of consciousness. And I really am struck by what Chris says about the frequency. This is something that I'm getting from so many people, that the level of intensity of public reporting of their engagement with NHI, of a clear intent by NHI to essentially give up on governments from ever disclosing, but to raise human consciousness and awareness. And I think they're doing this increasingly through direct engagement with individuals. I've got many friends and colleagues and people I've interviewed, witnesses, who've had incredible experiences. I've just been recording for a TV show something that we're doing here in Australia, where people are inviting or summoning the phenomenon. And there seems to be an interest in the phenomenon engaging with humans much, much more overtly. And I do think that stems from a concern about us primitive monkeys playing with matches.
Us primitive monkeys playing with matches. What a statement to make, Mr. Coulthart. In 2025, when we think we're so advanced and we're so sophisticated, and we don't even know what we don't know. It's an extraordinary thing. I'd like to now turn to Reed, because Reed's also bringing in another vector for how this information is being channeled into human consciousness through what Marshall Summers has been bringing in over many, many decades. And it revolves around part of what's happening as malevolence and benevolence, and the requirement of humanity at this moment to ensure its sovereignty and not be seduced into a false hope that subservience to extraterrestrial beings could take us to the promised land. And that's another aspect that we need to ponder. So on the one hand, we have the concern about us monkeys playing with matches and dynamite. And on the other hand, we have the politics and the machinations of these exo intelligences as they approach our planet in terms of very mixed agendas. And I know, Richard, you've written about this in your book on alien agendas, so we want to hear from you next. But Reed, speak to us about this interplay between malevolence and benevolence.
Sure. Well, and you described, Jim, the first part of my life in which I was focused primarily on supporting my father, Marshall, who had direct encounters with NHI, communications with NHI, and my family felt the full force and impact of what that was like, as well as what comes with it, which is what might be called the hitchhiker effect, the anomalous effects that attend those who have been selected by the phenomenon without their understanding or knowing why. But my later work is really about assessing intent with a structured framework. I think we need to step back from belief systems, hopeful or fearful interpretations, and lay out the spectrum of possibilities, right? From curiosity on the left, salvation and assistance even further on the left, to transaction, integration on the right, or even something more hostile. And in the end, intent is all about human outcomes. We can't know their consciousness. The project in my mind right now is not, let's set out to understand what they're like, who they are, how they think, how they cognate. That's impossible in my perspective. But we can assess the real human outcomes that stem from the hazard and the risk and the possible threat of a non-human factor acting upon, like a forcing, an environmental or evolutionary forcing upon humanity at a historically unprecedented time. And there are significant signals and indicators in the history of the phenomenon that give very good anchors for assessing intent and for going from possibilities to probabilities and ultimately making a starting assessment, which informs the research pathway, which is the other part of my work in supporting the Human Institute, devising an intelligent scientific research and investigatory citizen-led effort to uncover the phenomenon, to disclose it, to interrogate its activity, lest we just be interrogated unknowingly ourselves. So a lot of good work to do there. But in my view, when you look at all that the censored data has given us technologically, when you corroborate that with the geographic, circumstantial, temporal aspects of how the phenomena appears, who it manifests to, and the considerable problem it presents to the international community and to national laws and frameworks that govern territorial sovereignty, these incursions into sensitive sites, and the potential programmatic engagement with civilians in the form of physical NHI-initiated contact, abductions, it builds a picture. It bounds those possibilities into a zone of probabilities. And whether it's a transactional presence, whether it's an integrative or one that wants to integrate with humanity or ultimately replace humanity, I think there are multiple possibilities at play and multiple intents at play, although I don't think it's the rainbow that everyone kind of hopes it is. It's not everything the universe has to offer is going to come all at once now and function harmoniously in our skies and oceans. No. The hostile intent will not tolerate a beneficial actor who themselves would have to arm themselves and militarily confront the hostile actor, which we do not see indications of. So, we have analogs in our own human history to this. The natives of the New World, they looked out on the quay and they saw the ships, different flags, different vessels, and they assumed it's got to be either the angels from the spirit realm, it has to comport to our belief system, or a variety of intentions, and we should work with and collaborate. And it may not be that way. It's not about it's all hostile or it's all beneficial or benevolent. In my mind, it's exosystemic. It's an ecosystem arriving on our shores at a specific 20th century moment in which we have detonated nuclear weapons, we have flashed the universe with technology capability, and we have triggered an engagement event. This is really what this is, and a program to engage humanity over a longitudinal time period. And so we need to step back and really look at the human project of getting our act together to diplomatically engage now and in the future, to manage the NHI presence internationally and coordinate responses, lest we divide and conquer ourselves over this issue. And that's where the reframing of disclosure as fundamentally belonging to the human species, being one that should, I think, be framed in first principles, to Carl Nell's point, with a naturalistic framework, a science-informed, data-driven framework. And with that, we go out into the field and collect evidence on the phenomenon. We go out to where it is interacting with people. That's the key missing data set that would be necessary to inform decision makers. But just to kind of wrap up here, I want to have Richard speak as well. In my view, there absolutely is an adversarial actor in our world. There is a human engagement program underway, and that's not the whole story. But if that is true, that should marshal our human response above all other possibilities initially, because we may wake up in 30 years and find that we are not the human beings we used to be. Genetic interventions, cultural influence, right? Social engineering, all of these could be at play in a subversive sense. And, NHI is operating in a strategic silence, in a state of non-disclosure. They're operating covertly and selectively with military defense organizations internationally, which are already in competition. And that, to me, is another one of a number of alarming signals that should just command us to take a cautionary response. And we've got to get out there and use the best of science, research, and investigation to do reconnaissance, as I call it, on behalf of the human interest and not just national interests.
Yeah, that's a profound way to put it, Reed, that we've triggered an interaction event. I mean,
right.
I think.
Right. And so, intelligence indicates intent. Intentful engagement indicates a program. And so what is their program? We talk about the legacy human program. What about the non-human program? We do not query that nearly as much as we should. And in my view, disclosure. How do we get disclosure moving? If we recenter the controversy not on human actors, human governments, but on the non-human presence itself, that allows the human actors a way to rapidly and catastrophically disclose their involvements, which is what is keeping this back in part. So
thank you. Richard, I'd like to have you come in, and then Anna, I'd love to hear you on this interaction point, and then Chris.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to try to be efficient because I know other people have important things to say. What a great discussion, by the way. It's really wonderful to be part of this panel. But thinking about these other beings, I think about this a lot. I finished the first of a 3-volume set of history of USOs, that is unidentified submerged objects. I've completed the second volume. It will be published before this year is out. And there will be a third. I've looked at about 700 cases of, I think, very well attested and confirmed USO cases. And, I've spent 30 years looking at aerial cases and the like. So What this has done, though, is given me an opportunity to really study their behavior in a little more detail. So when we ask who are they or what do they want, one thing that I like to do is I like to study their behavior and the behavior of their craft. And they tell us a number of things. One is that they are very precise. These craft they're very sophisticated. They do things that we do not understand, how they're able to do it in terms of physics, in terms of engineering. If I would step out a little bit too, I think that they have gone through the same process that we are currently going through now, which is exponential increase of the complexity of data and information that we manage as a civilization. And if you really go back throughout all of human history, 50,000, 100,000, 2 million years, our story has been one of ever-growing complexity of our ability to manipulate the world, our ability to understand the world, our ability to share information. And we've had several breakthroughs, complex language and writing and, all of these other things that we've done. And then the printing press and computers and AI. These are leaps in our ability to manage information. And when you really think about it, one thing that we have not really mastered is giving ourselves clean information. We're in a world filled with propaganda, lies. We live in all these illusions that we build around ourselves. And I think it's going to inhibit our further development as a proper evolutionary species. I think that they've done the same thing that we're doing now. And in fact, I don't really even think our technological development is all that dependent on recovered ET tech. I think we've gotten a boost from it, very likely, but I think we're on the path because we've figured out we figured out the key, which is scientific and mathematics and all of that, and we're doing great with it in terms of our technology, not so great in terms of our ability to manage it. Okay, that said, so we look at them. They are precise. They're very sophisticated. They're clearly beyond us on this. And I have to assume, and I think that they're extraterrestrial rather than interdimensional, because honestly, I don't even know how to understand what an interdimensional civilization even would be like. Does any of us? But be that as it may, they're from somewhere. And I'm going to assume they have a greater cognitive capacity than we do. So imagine them talking to us like, let's say we go back in time 1 million years to human ancestors that have, cranial capacity of 1,000 cubic centimeters, and we've got 1,400. Well, they're not going to understand us very well. It doesn't matter what we say to them. So it will not be possible for us to explain. They're intelligent. They were the smartest species at their time, but they could not handle what we would have to say to them. And I strongly suspect that the cognitive gap between us and them is at least as great as that. So it would be difficult for them. They have an IQ of, let's say, 500. They are part of a hive mind. They wouldn't have no ability to explain the complexity of their world to us in ways that we could really understand. So I think in one way that explains their silence. Yes, I know that there are cases of contact, but when you really look at the contact compared with the sightings that are out there, it's very limited. They basically are in a policy of data denial of us. I watch how they study. I study how they interact with our naval ships because I've been doing this over the last several years. And this is what they do. They don't directly attack. They shadow, they trail, they pop in at angles of approach and by means of electronic suppression, which they frequently engage in, so that they can observe us, they can test our systems. I'm sure they're testing our weapon systems all the time because we're constantly upgrading them. So they're coming around thinking, all right, what are the humans up to now? Let's go check out how's their radar, how's their sonar, how are their weapons applications. Let's see if we can shut them down. And they do. They do. And they deny us the same ability to collect data about them. This happens every time. Just when their approach is closest, our data collection should be best, something shuts down, our systems don't work. So they have got this system down cold. They know exactly how to manage us. They're 10 steps ahead. They're like Bobby Fischer playing, some kid off the street at chess. We can't really cope with that. So they will not necessarily communicate that much, but they They interact with us because I believe there are two main reasons why they're here. This is my own theory. You can accept it or not. A is Earth itself. We have an unbelievable world, incredibly complex, beautiful, and delicate. This is a delicately balanced global ecosystem that we have, which, as many people have pointed out, we are greatly disrupting. People can argue all they want about climate change, whatever, but ecosystem destruction is undeniable. And we're at the top of the pyramid. We actually stand most to lose if we create some kind of cascading failure of the global ecosystem. So it's really not good for us. They have to see this. They have to see just how delicate everything is hanging in the balance and how rare. Earth must be rare. I'm not saying unique. I'm not saying there's no other planets that can support life, but we really hit the jackpot. We have incredible density of genetic diversity, all of these amazing ecosystems. It's pretty amazing. I suspect they are aware of this. We have an ocean world, we have a land world. How rare must that be? Like, we got both of those things. Like, it's really amazing. So there's that, and then there's us. And I believe, I've studied the long, long history of UFO sightings. All of it. All of it. And I do believe there's been a long-term observation, but I firmly believe that something dramatically changed and ramped up exponentially during the 20th century, a little bit in the 19th, but definitely World War II is the key. They came in massive amounts. They knew something was happening. And what that was is that we humans finally became very interesting. We've developed global communications, yes, the atomic bomb, but computers and all of the other things that we do in this world. It's part of our exponential techno explosion. And so now they know these humans, they are now going to be an issue in our system here. We don't even know how we affect the greater system. No idea, but they do. And so they're watching us because we're worth watching. But they, I believe, absolutely do not want to communicate in terms of official contact. There's disclosure, that's one thing. Contact, totally different ball of wax, and I don't think that they think that we're really not ready for it. How? They say one word and we politicize everything. One faction will interpret what they say this way. Another faction will interpret it this way. We're volatile and delicate at the same time. Volatile and brittle might be a better word. So it's like if you're a visitor, it's like, don't step on the flowers of the garden. Like, that's what we are. And I think that they will. I know there are people who've had contact, and there's Chris and perhaps Randy and many others, and I have no doubts about this. But by and large, we as a civilization, we really like to think that we have all this great ability to handle, oh yeah, alien contact, yeah, we're down with that. And I seriously doubt that we are. I seriously doubt that we have the ability to handle them on their terms. You know, it's kind of the naivety of a young person who jumps into something and thinks, oh yeah, I can do that. And then you get smacked down by reality. And I think that would happen to us. I think that would happen to us. All right, there's more, but I shouldn't.
Anna,
really
do you agree with that?
explore.
Do you think humanity is just
This
not
is a
ready
great
for the
opening for me
experience?
because now I can just speak as a little bit less young than I was
Let her rip.
before I had my birthday the other week, but I can come across as either very well informed or we can chalk it up to naivete. But I would just say I first started what I earlier thought the first time that I had some observations of this anomalous phenomena was in 2010 because that was when it was much more clear cut orbs craft. But after seeing quite a bit more, I've also seen some energetic phenomena subsequently that I had seen as early as the 90s. So as somebody who's been seeing this for 30 years, I would just say many more people are paying attention, sharing information, and actually looking to build things. And so I would actually, I work with a different group of people perhaps than some of the others on the call do. And I would just say it feels like there's quite a lot of information that is being shared right now. I've received a lot of information. I think Ross has received a tremendous amount of information. Chris, I'm sure many others on the call have as well. And what I will say is I haven't done as much work as I could envision doing, and Chris and I are looking at doing work together on this, where we think that when we transform that observational science into more of this, let's develop things with a diverse range of people. I mean, I expect that the speed is going to pick up tremendously. I do like and believe in humans. And I respect apes. I do like and believe humans. I think that I think they're great things that we're capable of. So I also know enough experiencers that I think they're holding their own just fine, in terms of communicating and getting insight. And I don't think, and I also want to say, I don't think this is a new thing. I don't think this is a this year. I don't think it's 30 years ago. I think this has been going on for a very, very long time. And that's what some of the major historical and religious and spiritual traditions would indicate. I think it's quite interesting that when there was kind of a set of control put upon some of these potential technologies, we also saw a lot of cultural push against spirituality, consciousness, and religion, because, actually the miracles are pretty consistent with some of the things that we hear about in the anomalous phenomena, and those have been disclosed for quite some time. So I say miracles, why does that have to be a rarity? Is that something that we should be looking to determine how to have the good phenomena be reproducible? And I just want to say we've worked with so many great people. And Jim, I want to applaud you for bringing so many great people together. And I know that you've been very supportive as well. And I know I owe you some contact emails for a number of tremendous women. So I just also want to say that we've worked with so many women, who have really led the charge in this field. And a number of my esteemed colleagues on this panel have brought up a couple of them. But I also just want to say Donna Roberts, the former deputy chief scientist of the ISS, she's seen and experienced this with us and spoken to it. Also on our team, Dr. Julia Mossbridge, very much on the consciousness side of things. We brought in to government also Leslie Keene, Diana Pasulka, Diane Finkhausen did so much work with the NASA Ecosystemic Futures podcast. Tracy and Rima, they were big leaders on this in government. Also somebody like Sarah Gam. So I just think that when I've worked so much, we've worked closely also with Dr. Hal Puthoff, Charles Chase, and brought in so many others like Travis Taylor, Jay Stratton, Ryan Graves, so many people. But I would say that when we're with these people, what we're primarily focused on is the solutions. And so the alternative perspective versus the, hey, maybe we're just destroying the world and they're so concerned. Another perspective is maybe we're about to achieve tremendous things and go off planet and really access capabilities that we haven't had as much control over. So I personally believe that we're going to be able to bring life off planet, human life off planet successfully. We've done it in Leo. We've done it on the moon. And so when you have advanced transport, you can go so much further. There are a lot of people working on that. And when you get into microgravity, gestation is going to be very important. So successful, healthy pregnancy, that beautiful life developing. So gravitational control becomes less of a nice to have and more of a need to have for reproduction, just human health. Even just as close in as Mars, you can be talking about 45-minute latency in terms of communications. So things like gravitational comms or other alternatives, moving faster than light communications, it becomes important. Agriculture for resilience, as we talk about some of these planetary stresses, Chris has some very interesting things that he's told us about. So I think when it comes to health, energy, communications, I call me an optimist, but I really, when I listen and collaborate with so many of these people, it's very much with an excitement that it feels like we're very much on the brink of something. And the nuclear and the fusion side of things, when you get to that ability to control the atomic level or the quantum, you move from an isn't the world so rare to can you create conditions and can you transform elements anywhere? And a lot of these planets are made of kind of the same stuff. So the ability to transform water, you know, if you have unlimited energy, there's a lot that you can do to sustain life off planet. So I'm excited. I feel like a lot of people are excited about this.
Thank you, Anna. And by the way, Anna's referring to what she refers to as the space moms. They're going to be at the State of the World Forum that we're
Who have
preparing.
seen quite a lot. The space mamas have seen a lot, and they're happy. They're often happy to share what they've seen.
Good. Now, Chris, we're way over time, so Chris will, I think, bring us to a close here. But Chris, I want to frame this. You know, on the one hand, you've got Richard's notion, and thank you, Richard, of the precision with which these beings are interacting with humanity. You know, and the sophistication and this notion of how does 120 IQ talk to a 500 IQ being, and what does ethics mean at that level? You know, you've got Anna talking about moving out into space with excitement. And now, Chris, you, of all of us, again, you've experienced them intimately over many years now. You know, and so perhaps possibly we're dealing with a phenomenon that's both incredibly abstract, but also incredibly intimate.
Yes,
Can
exactly.
actually appear to us and with us in highly individualized ways, designed right at our level of consciousness. So anyway, would love to have you comment on all that.
I like to talk about that some because I made a comment earlier when they were talking about, you know, I come from a spiritual side of this, not the ET alien thing. I've never experienced, I'm not versed in that. Mine's always been the orbs, although I see all kinds of things, metal craft, balls that look like metal, disc, all of it, shadow people. I enjoy interacting with it. I do it every night. That's my life, and I'll die doing it every night of my life, going out and saying a prayer, and here it comes. I will say 5 years ago, or in 2019, I had this major event that happened. I was really sick with RA to the point that I was wheelchair bound. That was where I was going full time. I was ready to give up. And Diana Pasulka and Tim Taylor were down. They were at the Vatican in 2017. I was sick then. I couldn't go. They were communicating with me back and forth from the archives, right? So I got to a point to where Easter of 2019 came. And I walked outside and this huge orb appeared. Came down and hovered over my pond for 30 minutes. I filmed it for 18 minutes, 25 feet away, hovering there. And it turned me into a zombie. I don't know. I couldn't think. I was so tired. I crawled myself back up into the house and crashed. You'd have thought I'd have gone in and told the world, but it just drained me from energy. But when I got up the next morning, I'm like, oh my God, I've got to call somebody. I've got to talk. So I called Richard. I called Jimmy Church. I called 8 or 10 different people. I did 3 or 4 interviews with Richard back to back to back. And all of them, all these in 2019, I was saying 2 or 3 things, what it told me. It said that the women were going to rise up and look at Anna and the Space Mamas. Look at all the women in Congress and the government. They're rising up. They're taking control.
We want the
help.
men to be engaged as well. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we do.
We enjoy working with men very much.
But what it told me that all of us can see, and you can look back at numerous interviews since 2019, I've done them over and over and over, saying when you see Israel and Iran begin to exchange missiles, that's when these orbs are going to appear worldwide and start revealing. It'll start a process to where they're going to reveal themselves to pull us out of annihilation, because that's where we're heading. We're that close to it right now. And whoever they are, I won't call them ET because they don't come to me that way. They come in a spiritual way. Whatever that is, to me, it is what it is, right? It is, to me, a spiritual thing. But it gave a warning then. And then if we look back at before Christmas of last year, all the drones that were in New Jersey, all that started happening when Iran and Israel began to exchange missiles. And I can tell you, based on that happening, it's not going to slow down. It's just going to get greater and greater and greater until it's fully into the consciousness of all humanity. So it's happening on its own organically. What it is, I don't want to label it. I just tell you, people say, he's a religious fanatic. Well, I'm not a religious fanatic. The church came after me with pitchforks, right? So I had to run, but it didn't change my connection with heaven. And so I've always maintained that spiritual connection, and it's even greater to me now. And like Anna said, I see miracles happening all the time. I mean, amazing things that are happening. So there's a lot of good with my part of this phenomenon. And I would say the orbs, the light, and it's all in the Bible. The same thing. This stuff is all Bible. And I'm not preaching biblical religion to people. I don't want to do that. But there's a book full of that stuff. I mean, look at Jesus. He was on the road. Paul, the part of the New Testament. He was on the road to Damascus, and it was an orb that flashed him in the face, blinded him. You can't deny it. It's right there in the book. Right? So it's been here forever. Diana Pasulka will tell you. I've studied with her intently on this thing, extensively. And so I don't want to label it. I just know that it's so much greater. And let's go back to the 1700s and 1800s. They were seeing Mayflowers, ships flying around with glowing sails, right? People were seeing those fly about. And then 1947, those were called sky ships. Kenneth Arnold sees these little chevrons doing this in the air, and they said, well, how did it move? He said, if you took a saucer out of a cupboard and skipped it on the pond, it would move like they were moving. Well, the reporter said on the AP wire, Kenneth Arnold sees flying saucers. So for the next 50 years, everybody sees flying saucers. Then it switched to triangles. Everybody sees triangles for 8 or 10 years. And then in 2007, it started with orbs. Now it's all orbs. So what is it we're dealing with? Is it based on how we perceive or see things? It's conscience-based, greater than we understand. So, I mean, how many believe a 6-foot praying mantis flies a flying saucer and comes in and does surgery on you at night, right? I just don't believe that. I think it's a screen memory. It's projecting itself to you that way. But anyhow,
thank you, Chris.
I hope that gets that little bit of my view apart, across.
Well, I think what we're being confronted with, everyone, and Ross, I can feel you have something to say, so I'm gonna let you say something. I know we're 30 minutes over time, but I think where we're getting to, everyone, which is really a beautiful place, that we're dealing with a phenomenon where, on the one hand, we don't know what we don't know.
Right.
And on the other hand, this phenomenon is almost infinitely variable in how it represents itself to human perception. It's really quite an extraordinary thing to take in, that as we are in the cloud of unknowing, we're also in an intimate relationship with this phenomenon for a purpose that I think most of us intuit is ultimately redemptive. But Ross, I can feel you have something to say, and I don't know. The organizers have to tell me. I think it's pretty
That's
much
fine.
time to stop.
Ross is the right person to kind of refocus this in a close here.
All I was going to say was I was really struck by what Chris was saying, that essentially this is a spiritual thing. That's the thing that I found I've profoundly resisted as a journalist, is this growing nexus between understanding the UAP phenomenon and a spiritual discovery. This is inherent to our humanity. It's something that I think is possibly necessary for the next phase of human development, human civilization. I'm really struck by the fact that we're at a crisis point in technology, in weaponry. We really are 2 minutes from midnight. In fact, less than 2 minutes from midnight, according to the bulletin.
89 seconds.
Yeah, and it's terrifying. And so the thing that I'm really struck by is, I just want to emphasize there's room for optimism. And I do think that whether it's a prime directive or a fear of inducing ontological shock, I think the NHI are letting us in very slowly and very carefully.
Yeah,
exactly. Beautifully put. Beautifully put. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Danny, Reed, Richard, Randy, Kirk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah.
It was a pleasure.
Hi. That was wonderful. Sorry, it took my computer wouldn't turn back on again. I thought that there was going to be a discussion with you and Jim, Danny.
That's right.
We're going to proceed. I see. I would like to remind everyone that's on this call with us, if you want to be involved in the growth of this community, this mobilization, this movement, to uncover the truth about what is happening with disclosure, please go to our website, newparadigminstitute.org. Sign up to be a citizen for disclosure and take action. Sign up to be a member and help support us monthly and help be an engine for all this work to keep going. And please remember, democracy is not a spectator sport. We are the largest, first humongous democracy on the planet, with human rights, with civil rights, with the right to free press, with the right to the rule of law, with the right to vote and elect our own leaders. Truth is central to our being able to do that, but also we have a responsibility. If we want to keep these rights, if we want to grow into the next level of consciousness and institutions, we have to participate. It's our job. So please consider taking action, joining with others, and becoming part of a movement that can change the world for the better for all of humanity. Thank you.